Bam.
Welcome, everybody, to another session of The Shattered Veil in Andromea. Thank you so much for joining us again. Hey, Weirdness. We drew a card, a tarot card. I drew it. And I was kind of thinking it might be this, partly because we've been narrowing down the cards, but also because I thought it might be interesting. But I didn't know it was going to be reversed. Did you want to share what the card is and talk about it?
I didn't draw. I did a little write-up that isn't even really a write-up at all, but we got the Empress reversed. Some keywords: blockage of nurturing energy, creative block, lack of self-worth. And because it can indicate a lack of feminine energy or qualities, I thought we could just say, like, what's up with the heart?
Yeah. What is up with the heart? Well, let's jump into some questions so that way we can get to figuring that out pretty quickly. Does anybody have anything that they want to shout out that stood out to them from last session?
We beat that motherfucker's ass.
Yeah.
True.
We did beat down motherfucker's ass.
We found out that Daviana had a very powerful spell cast on her, and also that Tareth is chained.
Correct.
That's important.
Well, I mean, I could just also be like, "Yeah, we beat that guy's ass."
We
but
beat
like,
that motherfucker's ass. Oh,
like I feel like
Who would you like to?
we know
Who would you like to pick on?
whoever wants to talk. It's a free for all.
I already said mine.
Do you want to pick something else, Vosti?
There's a haze.
Yeah, there is a haze.
Haze is back.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what
We'll see
that means.
for how long. Yeah, what it means.
Alara?
Okay, so yes, we did beat that motherfucker's ass, but it's
Oh yes, we did beat that motherfucker.
Okay, that was great.
love you guys, heart hands. But it's the way in which we did it. Like that's what, like, you know, you will, because we had some pretty crappy rolls. I think everybody will acknowledge that. And it ended up being Skivrox who got the killing blow. But you let us go round robin and say how we each did our final blows to bring it to the one culminating killing blow. That was really cool and stood out to me.
Dakin?
Those to beat a guy's ass.
Correct. That's also true. That's also true.
Oh yeah, that's right. Before they turned on us.
If we're not there, they don't turn on us. They're just doing their thing, man. There's other people to turn on down there.
They're gonna
That's
turn
right.
people on.
Left me down here.
Yeah, you are. Oh no.
The water one is like, it's just really hot. I seem to keep losing parts of myself.
Did either of you notice this place fucking sucks?
Who were those people?
I guess that's why they left us here.
It's living.
Does anybody have any predictions for this session?
I got one.
We either find out something horrible happened to Daviana, or it's like not so bad. One of the two. Or
Okay.
it's really
I
yeah.
think someone back in Ipithandra has died in the chaos of this happening.
Right.
I give it 30
Hilarious.
minutes before Alara cries.
Oh my God.
D-colon?
Take the under.
Split.
I'll also take
Why
the under
y'all
too.
Why y'all attacking
I'm taking the
me
under.
today?
We're not attacking you. We just love you.
I'm taking my character and going home.
That's what we're doing.
Oh,
That's
wait.
literally what
Today,
we're
I
doing.
I'm
think we
at
might
home.
Your home is in this
Depending
in this
on how it
world.
goes.
That's the plan.
Like, what are you gonna do?
Hilarious.
Take Alara and bring her to like on a trip to like Michigan? Like,
Yeah.
what's she gonna do
Yeah.
there? She's gonna be like
Yeah.
traumatized because there's no red moon.
And highways.
Yeah, cars.
But isn't the University of Michigan's mascot a wolf of some sort?
Well, it's a Wolverine technically.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're all
But,
fake.
you know.
Well, it starts the same.
Well, not really.
WOL.
Yeah.
That
But it's
That's
like-
the same
she was,
starting.
She was clearly referring to the words.
I mean, I
Bluey.
guess. Yeah.
Okay, Valerius, you said you had something.
Oh yeah, I said that was I give it 30 minutes before Alara cries. That was.
Oh. Ay.
I'll give it. I think my genuine one. It's kind of in line with Dakin.
Mhm.
I think that someone back in Ithatandra was like a double agent. I think somebody isn't who they say they were, and they did something.
Good call.
The betrayer theory. The running
Betrayer.
theory.
Yes,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
it's gonna be
good
the
call.
last person that we expect. It's gonna be like,
Maybe it'll be the
Fucking-
first person that we expect.
what if
Yeah,
it's
how
like
about that?
our little siblings? Like, what if they were the shadow
Okay,
agents?
that's
for,
the
like-
last person I
guys,
respect.
it's my horse.
Oh my god! The whole time he's
Rickard,
been there.
no!
Yeah, Rickard
Rickard,
has been
why?
in Ithatandra for like a month.
This is what
Traitor.
happens
like-
for leaving me here.
I'll teach you to leave me in the stable and in
Leave
the
me here
house for
for
hours and
forever.
hours.
You
Horses
thought you were
must
putting me in
run.
this stable, but you were really making it easier for me
Yeah.
to conduct
No
my
one
true
puts
plan.
You
horsey
thought you
in
were
the
putting me in the
stables.
stable. You were making me unstable.
This is where we find out Rickard's not even a horse. It's a druid that just keeps shifting into a horse,
That'd
like
be
at all the
Yeah.
opportune times. And
There's so many times you
yeah,
could have helped me.
yeah,
You
You
yeah.
know what, Glenn? If this stuff isn't true, write it down. Write it down. This is a gold mine.
She's rewriting the whole ending right now.
No, she's just
She's
gonna
like,
put
"Keep
an
talking,
evil
keep
druid,
talking."
an evil horse druid in the next campaign, and we're not gonna see it coming.
No, we're not.
Or we're gonna walk up to every horse and go, "Are you in there, motherfucker?"
Yeah.
I know
in
who you
Baldur's Gate
are
3 where
underneath
you start
all of
talking
that.
to all the you start talking to all of the oxen and
Yeah,
Baldur's
yeah.
Gate to see if they're
Yeah,
all
you
evil and
might.
rude. Well, I
I said
do.
skip.
What's your prediction, Vosti?
I don't know.
Dude,
Oh no! Everyone said really good ones.
just come up with something.
I think we're all gonna die.
Okay,
Cross your fingers.
Good one. It's a good one. I like that one. It's good.
nice.
Okay.
Really, really cool of you to say that.
All right. Well then, what moods are your characters?
What about
in?
me? I have a
I thought you
prediction.
predicted. I'm so sorry. Go.
I think Daviana's back asleep, and that's why the haze is back.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. What moods are your characters in?
Happy that Castor is dead, but exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say the E word around her.
Accomplished
Are you
but
striven?
anxious.
No,
Okay.
I'm not striven. I'm just tired. Like, can I get a nap? Can I like
Yeah, you
curl
guys
up
can
in the
take a nap if
corner
you
and
want
take
to.
a nap?
You guys can totally take a nap.
Well, that's why I said to the freaking wizard, I said, "You got catnap?"
Mm-hmm. And
That'd
he
be
started
nice.
looking through his book.
He looked through his book and went, "No,
Mm-mm.
useless."
He does not. Yeah, he is useless. Valerius. Mood.
Relieved and anxious.
Okay. Dakin.
Oh my God, just like me.
Yeah. What different word?
What mood is your character in?
I think he's just fully not feeling anything at the moment. His brain's in like full analytical mode, trying to piece together what part of the prophecy they missed that this is exemplifying.
Mm-hmm. Boasty.
Yes.
Did you have a special mood that you wanted to call out?
Well, you see, there comes a time.
You know,
Dude, just say it. If you're gonna say it, just say it.
relieved yet anxious is a great way of describing someone when they might also feel good but hesitant or
Okay.
No,
satisfied and yet
it's not
apprehensive.
the same. It's not. This
almost
is
as
this.
if one might say that could very much resemble two words that I like to call
If you have to say when they
cautiously
might
optimistic.
also be feeling this, it's not the same.
I thought he was gonna say positively concerned.
Yeah.
That's another one.
Absolutely, positivity. We can't fucking talk.
How about Pepe? How about Pepe? How about Dubade?
Fuck was that?
Usually Connolly.
We
Yes.
speak good round here.
Athame
Yeah.
Schmathame.
Y'all talk so good.
I talk
Okay.
gooder
I'm done.
than
I'm
you.
actually done talking for the whole session.
Let's go ahead and bring ourselves then into Ithithandra. As you guys have mentioned, the sky is lit up once again.
Really cool image, but also upsetting.
Yeah. Can I ask you
Unpause it,
guys
nerd.
to please make a insight check? No. You can make either an arcana check or a perception check.
Oh boy.
I did
If
not
we're
declare
doing-
it, but I would like to have re-upped Emboldening Bond when we teleported back here.
Okay.
If we're
So
doing
D4 for all.
I'm gonna also just use my inspiration because I'm
Okay.
whatever.
Same.
if we're doing perception, what sense?
Oh,
Yes,
It's
sir.
vision based.
Okay, let me hold on.
Roll D4, Andy. Maybe you hit a 30.
let's see it.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Okay.
Be so nice to me and tell me that a 14 is enough, or I will start crying.
I'd say it's probably enough to like get the gist of it. Okay. You all notice that you are very, very aware that the haze is back. What some of you perceive and others are sensing more on a power level is that the city of Ithithandra itself seems to be more than before when it existed and had existed for quite some time, like the center of the haze as opposed to further up in the peaks of the Midirani. And Valerius and Alara in particular are noticing a sort of like a thicker weave of magic coming from the northern part of the city where you know the council hall to be.
My audio just died for a second. Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah, there's like sort of thicker swirling light coming from the northern part of the city where you also know the council hall to be.
Any particular color of light?
No, shifting colors, bright rainbow colors, and heavy on the greens and magentas that you're used to from the haze.
Valerius would
Do-
just go,
Do you all feel that?
do you see that?
Like, it's We need to get to the council hall now.
Let's go.
Posty runs. He takes out his axe. He runs.
I think we said we were running at the end of last session.
He runs faster.
Okay. So you guys make your way to the council hall. It takes you a bit because you're running. You're getting there much faster, but this is quite a large city. When you draw close, you can all now see this sort of like almost like a cyclone or a funnel cloud, like sort of sprouting from the roof of the council hall and snaking up into the sky. And that sky is still this like bright cyan with like pink and green and yellow and purple lightning sort of forking across it. But as you draw closer and your attention has been drawn to this, so all of you are aware of this, when you peer that far up, you see what appears to be like a gate at the top of this funnel of light that is sort of like ripped into the sky. It looks extremely similar to when Vosti cuts open a gate to Pandemonium with his axe.
Oh, God. Do we see our constellations in the sky?
I would say you do with the perception check that you rolled. It's difficult to see like any stars with all of this bright light like right above you, not just, the newly formed haze or whatever this is and the shifting of the sky's colors, but also just light pollution from the city that you are in. Makes it hard to see, but you can see like against what is more of like a cerulean sky as opposed to like a dark night sky, the stars and the constellation. So it doesn't look like the sky has been replaced with Pandemonium, for example.
I'm going inside.
Yeah, Alara gives Vosti just like a glance to see if like the ripping in the sky is giving him any sort of pause or anything, but then she's continuing inside to find people.
Everyone be careful. Stay together.
Are you thinking anything in particular, Vosti?
What do you mean?
Since Alara
Because of
looked to you for a particular...
Because of the... was she looking because of the portal?
Yeah, because
Similarity?
it looked similar to when you open a portal, like.
Yeah, I think he'd be concerned. Like, this is interesting. What does it have to do with, or does it have something to do with me? But I don't think he's changing his. If we're still running, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just. If anything, if it's even possible, he's running faster.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Slight movement.
We are now back on the same plane, and there is no range. So I'm going to try and reach out to Kaylin to see if they're in the city already.
Okay. Go ahead.
With the telepathic bond, because once we're back in, it shouldn't end the spell on them. Kaylin, have you made it to Thandra? Where are you?
Where are you? Are you all safe?
We are. We defeated him. We are on the steps of the council building.
Come in. Most of us are here in the council hall. Egren's here. Just be prepared for that.
All right. They're all in the hall. Let's just rush over there. Kaylin's here. And then you all heard that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did we all hear that?
You all heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't wait to not be the sending guy.
You guys are making your way through the council hall, and there's people that are rushing around more than you're used to seeing, even though like you were coming here under very high stakes circumstances. But your experience has been that like they were kind of keeping you now think maybe isolated from just the normal goings-ons, because what you were working on was to a certain extent dangerous and maybe secret. But they seem to have dropped that pretense altogether, and people are running around. You can see people that look to maybe be pages, or messengers of different sorts with like, scrolls or sealed letters or books or anything, just kind of like running all over the place. When you make your way into the council room, you can see that, the war table has, got a lot more on it, and there are various things that you might be able to interpret from what's there before even asking. I'll let anybody that wants to, you can either you can either do just a flat intelligence check, or for like a slightly higher DC, you can do like a survival check.
I'm gonna give myself advantage on intelligence with my ring. Needed that.
Okay. Okay, Valerius.
Let's go.
And okay, nice.
Yeah, I was fucking.
Okay.
I was having a stroke and couldn't type +1d4, and I kept accidentally mistyping.
Oh,
I
were
had to-
you?
I had to. Yeah, I had to put
Do
it
you know
back
what that's
like 6
like?
times.
To have a stroke?
Oh,
Just did it.
Okay. So you guys, at first, like Kalen notices you because he's expecting you, and he walks over to like greet each of you. But there's a small moment where you guys are not, being observed in any particular way. And so you have the opportunity to kind of just study the table. And in high level summary, it is not looking good at the moment for Andromea. So you can pick out that there are a number of what they've sort of classified as organized battalions coming from Castor's side of things. And then there's the battalions that have been sent from the different regions in Andromea, as well as orders of Nizzuri, the Gloaming, Emberlight, and Hollowed Frost, Puriel, and Galathar. So the paladins and clerics of the Order of the God of Strength and the Goddess of War have also sort of joined into this fight. You can see and you notice, Alara, that is a little bit distracting, that there's some markers that have the Iron Pact symbol near them, and they seem to be basically kind of like a small special forces unit that's moving through. It appears that, at least at this point in the battle, a good number of losses have been taken on both sides, but more so on Andromea's sides. There is some additional units that they're not really quite sure what to do, and so they've just sort of like placed them around, but they don't appear to be based on like just marks that are being made around it, or most of the units that are out there are kind of organized so they can keep track of numbers. There is like this additional force that is just sort of like chaos on the board, and they seem to just be updating if they think that they've heard something about it. And for those of you who rolled higher than 20 or higher, you think this is probably Pandemonium's forces, which is they're not in direct contact with anybody who's leading it. They're just sort of like this third squad that has joined into the battle. I'm gonna pause in case you guys have anything you want to say to each other before the rest of the room takes notice.
What?
What?
I'm just yeah.
What?
Just trying to process.
Is Daviana in this room?
She is not.
Is Sailor?
Sailor is not.
Is Tareth?
He is not.
Okay. Who?
Who
Who
the
from the council
here?
is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. So
Our
the
answer is
people
sure. No, I'm just kidding.
the people who are in this room of the council are Alaric, and I'm just gonna activate to not him.
That's Tareth.
I don't
He's
know
been
why.
Tareth the whole time.
No, I don't know why
Twins.
it went to him. Alaric.
Okay.
Aaron Deus.
Okay.
Lane. Marivelle.
Mhm.
Araya.
Ugh.
The Oracle is present. Kaylin is present. I need to grab him because I opened up the wrong group, clearly. So give me
Egrin.
just a moment.
And Egrin.
Egrin is in there.
Egwin.
Boo.
More like Egghead, am I right?
Yeah. Fuck 'em.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
I mean, you could. I don't know what would happen.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty interesting.
Could you, though?
Yeah, it's
With
your
the haze
prerogative.
would
I don't know. I mean, you could try.
Egrin
You
Could
wanna.
is there.
certainly try.
The haze would vanish again. Let's be real.
I'm gonna be real
Whoa.
honest. I didn't know there were two ends.
Peregrine is there as well. And that's it. That's who's currently in the room.
But Calbrian's not here.
He is
He's with
not.
us.
Mhm.
What?
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah,
right. That's
he's-
right. That's right.
Yeah,
I
he's
thought,
our
yeah,
tag along.
I forget because he's trash. I forget about him sometimes.
Wow.
Okay.
Whoa!
That guy has a family, but
You know
He's
what?
trash.
Peregrine looking good. Anyway. Sorry.
yeah,
What
he's
your
touching the
name
tip.
is?
He's touching that tip.
Hey.
Kaylin is like looking over each of you for injury and that sort of thing, and his kids get hugs and that. And if Dakin wants a hug, he gets a hug too.
Does he want one?
I give
That can
Caleb a
never-
hug.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Get your own dad.
Alara looks at
Dude.
Kaylin.
can't. He's fucking dead.
Dude, that was so mean.
Yikes, Vosti, yikes.
Holy shit.
Hey, don't worry.
That was
Most is
rough.
gonna make up for that.
That was
Yikes,
already-
Vosti.
funny.
Yikes.
See, Shadow
That
gets
was
me.
dark.
Shadow gets me.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Okay.
You know what? Maybe I will. 10-year plan. Go find a new dad.
He's hosting a game
Got
show.
it.
It's called The Search for My Next Dad.
Daddy part 2.
Alara
Andromeda
looks to
boo-boo.
Kaylin. Where's Daviana?
She's in. There's a chamber that they're keeping her in. I haven't seen her, but something's happened to her. He sort of like pulls you guys to the side so as not to distract everything else that's happening. A member of the council was under a geas that we think activated when Pandemonium opened a portal in order to lend their forces.
Which member?
I haven't met him.
Do you know
He's
what they?
in
Oh.
prison.
Tareth.
Tareth?
Tareth.
Yes.
You could.
What did he do?
Never mind. You didn't know him.
I wasn't given a great many details, but he found the heart and I guess in some way convinced her that it was okay to leave the safe space that she was in. And it wasn't. But once the spell wore off, it's a tricky thing with Gaius is it can make you do things that you're capable of doing, but not necessarily what you would do if you had your thoughts together. I guess he didn't put up much of a fight when they arrested him.
Can we see her?
I think so. He looks around and then waves down like Aurea. And she comes over. She's like, "Oh, what is the latest news? We need to we're collecting updates. Were you successful?"
Yes.
Those two nods.
Castor is dead.
Wonderful. Hopefully this means his forces will be in retreat soon. Hopefully. And destroyed or just cast out from this plane.
Destroyed.
She like reaches out and since Barry was the speaker, she like squeezes her shoulders and just looks filled with relief.
We need to see Daviana.
Well, I'll take you to her. I don't know how much good that's going to do. She's in a state. Well, come along. And she beckons you to follow. Dakin,
Yes.
you hear sort of this tinkling sound like shards of glass falling onto other shards of glass. And then you hear Egrin's voice in your ear. This does not appear to be ascending, maybe more like a message because he's in the room with you.
Mm-hmm.
They're keeping secrets from me about the entity that you discovered. We need to know what it is and whether or not it now poses a threat.
Sit up in my chair. What's everybody's initial like facial reaction to her saying that? Like you like of us.
Wait, who's saying? Egrin just talked to Dakin. We didn't hear that last little bit.
That one was just me.
Oh, I'm done. Ignore me.
And you're
Oh,
also a little quiet if you could figure out how to turn yourself up a little. Just side note. Thanks.
I will
Dakin-
say. Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Dakin
No,
will
go ahead.
just nod in the room, nod his head so that Egrin can see that he nods his head, but I don't respond at the moment.
Okay.
If we're going to Daviana, I would have pulled Kaylin to come with us.
Okay. I think Calbrian breaks off to get caught up with Peregrine and what he's missed. So Kaylin comes with you. Aurea's leading you down into what you guys are familiar with now is like the passageways that eventually take you to Sailor's chambers that he's been using. Aurea starts to slow down as she's drawing closer, and I'm gonna need you guys to do some Constitution saving throws, please.
I assume we're all close enough to Valerius to get his +5.
I would say so.
Wow. I don't have
Let's see.
inspiration.
Oh.
Bum, bum, bum.
I don't have inspiration if you want to give it to someone.
But if I could re-roll that, but if I re-roll
Mhm.
it, you don't get inspiration, right?
Yes.
That's fine. Ooh.
Okay, I'm gonna
Guys.
re-roll.
Ugh.
What's wrong with you guys?
They're
That's a
not
fantastic
feeling
question.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my
Constituted?
inspiration to re-roll it.
Okay.
It's just like a bad smell.
Oh, Skivvy.
Yeah.
Would he have also had the
Baby
D4?
boy.
I can only do
he's-
all of us.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. If you rolled higher than a 15, which is really funny because you guys actually made it with your, or would have made it if it wasn't a nat one. If you rolled higher than a 15, you're able to continue to progress. Skivvy can't. He is just sort of you all feel this pressure that's just radiating outwards, and it's like you're not hearing a sound, but it's like if you could imagine just the most terrible noise, the most stress-inducing, headache-inducing, it's just pounding against you constantly, so that it just is almost immediately riling you up and making you feel angry and upset and stressed out. It's like having a neighbor who has a engine on their pool pump that is going insane, and so it's blasting at all hours while you're trying to work. If anybody else can relate to that.
I was gonna say, sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Wow.
And it's just aggravating to keep pressing forward. But again, it's just silence. It's just this sort of pressure that keeps sort of throbbing against you. And Skivrox cannot handle it. He stops where he is and actually even takes a couple steps back. And she's like, I'll wait here for you.
Stay safe.
Well, we're in everything. Well, you're right. Okay, I will. As you guys move forward, it just gets worse, and then eventually, Aurea stretches her hand forward, and you can see her hand is shaking, and she opens the door and pulls it in, but she doesn't precede you into it. There is a bright light in the center of this space that is kind of dazzling for a moment. And then as your eyes adjust, you see Sailor is in the room, and Saria is as well, though she's not actively participating in anything at the moment. She just looks nervous and is kind of pacing, but only 1 or 2 steps one way or 1 or 2 steps the other way. Sailor is frantically going over books and writing things down. In the center of the room, you see Daviana, and she is lifted into the air and sort of suspended in this column of swirling light. And she does not seem to be conscious.
When you say levitating, like feet towards the ground up or like horizontal?
Feet towards the ground and up, but she's kind of like, she's not like completely encompassed in this. It's like,
Okay.
I'm going to describe it in a very grim way, but it's applicable. It's like somebody took a spear and speared her through the back and then like
Okay.
planted the butt of the spear into the ground.
Okay.
So
that
it's
makes sense.
flowing up through her chest.
There's an immediate look of like shock on Valerius's face. Does it look like she's breathing? Does she need to breathe? Does she breathe?
Feel free to get closer and you can do a medicine check if you would like to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch her, but I'm gonna try to get as close as I can to like look.
I'll help on him. Help him on this.
Okay.
You have a higher medicine than me.
Probably.
You want to do it?
Okay, you can help
I'll
me.
give you the help because I have a +1 to my medicine.
I got a +10.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna let you
Oh
do it.
yeah, just a casual +10, bro.
+10. I have a +10.
When
You
guys
literally have like a
move
plus fucking
forward-
15 to,
forward.
to
Yeah.
perception.
Guys, we all have +10s in something.
I don't.
Athletics.
What do I do?
When you guys move
Persuasion.
forwards, Saria notices you and moves with you, and it is not like aggressively, but if there's any motion that you guys make to like reach out to touch Daviana, she like stops you. She like grabs your wrist to hold you back a little bit. And is, although Dakin's the one that's like really doing the investigation, she's like staring like straight into Valerius's eyes and she looks really worried.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It's a longer thing. I don't want to take away from what Deck
Okay.
might find.
As you are both investigating her and trying to get a sense of what's going on, the closest that you would be able to describe this, Dakin, is she's in like a torpid state, like a coma.
Mhm.
And she doesn't seem to be like dying, but she seems to be like, she seems to be the axis of magic in this moment. And it's both flowing upwards towards what you would imagine is that portal in the sky, but also like leaching downwards and into the ground. So she's basically become like a magic highway.
I'm gonna walk
What were you gonna
towards
say?
Sailor.
Okay. What were you going to say, Valerius?
So given that like Saria is like stopping people and like this look of nervousness, he's gonna kind of like lock eyes with her and give a sort of like confused look, like what happened?
The one, he came in and he began to talk to her and he brought her out of that, and she just sort of gestures towards the sort of bubble, the dome, saying that she was needed. But the second she stepped outside, this happened. She was conscious for a little while, but this is what it's been. Sailor tried to touch her and it nearly killed him.
Okay, noted. Kind of looks back, like, did everyone hear that?
Yes.
Like when they tried to touch her, the almost died part.
Yeah, both student nods.
We should figure out if we can close the portal.
Sailor's head lifts, and when he hears you guys and he like actually perceives that you've entered the room, and it is clearly not anything other than just like total relief instinct that he like grabs onto you and just like hugs you so tightly and you for free just understand that this was just like finally somebody that can help. And he gestures to everybody else and then turns towards his workstation. What I think I've discovered at this point is that she's somewhat become the axis of the arcane between two different planes. And it is... the shortest way is she is a flicker. But she's not just flickering here. I think she's flickering beyond. I think she's flickering in pandemonium.
It's like it's consuming her and she's consuming it.
Yes. But it's also like... if you have magnets, you can orient them in such a way that they repel each other, or you can orient them in such a way that they want to join. And it's like they're trying to repel each other, but she's in the middle as an overriding force that's drawing these two repelling forces together. I think one of our planes is going to lose out if we don't know how to fix this.
Can't we contact your dad and try to have him close the portal?
I
mean,
don't...
maybe something's wrong with your dad. Maybe this is having a very bad effect there.
We should contact him.
Does anyone have a way to still?
I do.
Yeah, he's the sending guy.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
What do you want me to ask?
It's over. We did it. Are you okay on your end?
Well,
Can you close the portal?
Right,
Yeah,
Cast is
that is-
dead. Daviana is,
Not good.
in trouble. Portal
Okay.
is still open. More information. More information? Question mark.
Okay. I'll send a message to Caster or to Abacon.
Caster.
Yeah.
That message ain't going nowhere.
The true betrayer has been
The true
reviewed.
betrayer.
Oh no.
Hey,
my
that
gosh.
completely normal other devil guy we murdered is gone. Boss, what do you want me to do? Caster is dead. There's a portal here. Do you know how to close it? Or can you? Something's wrong with Daviana. Can you help? Are you okay?
Tone
pooping?
shift.
You pooping?
You pooping?
Are you okay?
Boopy doop 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 doop.
Yeah, donuts.
No, not.
Doot-a-doot-doot. Donuts.
I'm not going to do it because it's just a limitation of my ability to put on voices. But the response that you hear from Abacon is like roaringly loud. Like he's shouting, and beneath his voice, you hear just like deafening wind. And he responds, I can't close it. It's tearing everything apart. You may have to kill her.
Fucking son of a...
As soon as it's not pulling, I can close this. Are you okay?
many more sending do you have, Dakin?
One, if I want to keep any more juice for anything we might need. I think everyone's rings are dead at this point, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Mine would be good tomorrow, 2 days from now.
I could pull Daviana into a dream.
Like when we talked to her the first time?
Yeah. I don't have to touch her to do that.
Could we go with you?
That's up to Gwen. The spell doesn't technically work that way. She's let me use it that way. I don't know.
I would say you guys are mentally connected at the moment, that we could do a roll to see if it's successful to bring others in.
Do we want to do that now? Do we want to talk to Tareth first? What do you?
What happens if she dies?
Does he say that out loud or in his
Out loud.
Sailor's eyes sort of widen, and then like his brows draw together because he's thinking, well, we can't really know for sure, but it could be all of the magic within her is suddenly dispersed, which could be both harmless or atomic. Or magic might die with her. We don't know. I've been doing some research, and your city's advisor has offered his assistance. I'm considering it.
To do what?
To help with this research, to try and come up with some idea of what to do.
I don't think we have that much time.
It wouldn't
Well-
be harmful, at least.
Yeah, I don't know how much time we have. At the moment, she's somewhat stable as this is. I think at the rate that everything has been sort of escalating, and we may not be able to be near her for long periods of time for much longer, but I think that the planar energies between the material and the pandemonic are being drawn closer in her. She's sucking them in as well as forcing energy outwards. At the rate that it's been going, I think we have maybe 12 hours to make a final decision.
Vosti looks at Aurea. Is she still here?
She's in the hall, but she's still at the door.
Okay, well then instead he's gonna look at Sailor. Are they not allowing Egrin back here?
They're not allowing anybody back here except for those who've already been back here.
Not even upon your request. Is that who you're talking about?
Well, I haven't made a decision to invite him yet. I
Who
was
is it that
hoping
you?
to get your opinion.
But is that who was offered to help you?
Yes.
Vosti looks around the group. We're still connected?
Yeah.
Or
Yep.
he'll just say, "Are we trusting Egrin with his help?"
I don't have a reason. I'm okay with it. I don't have an issue with it.
He has a lot of knowledge.
He's concerned.
He looks at Alara.
What do you mean he's concerned?
About this,
When did you
If-
talk to Egrin?
he spoke to me on our way here
What did he say?
that they're keeping things from him.
And she just kind of shrugs. I mean, I don't know. Do you trust him? She looks at Vosti.
I do. Strangely. If you think about it, he's the reason why we've been able to do everything we have at this point. Bigger picture, he's saved the entire plane. Let's see if he can do it again. Out loud, you'll say to Sailor, you should request his presence. He's smart. He might have more insight, and he can help you. But we'd also like to be part of this. Are you muted?
Yes, sorry. Sailor looks past you guys towards Araya and nods. You heard them. He can be trusted. And then she backs off into the hallway, presumably to go and tell Egrin that he can come. And then he looks at Vosti. The help that is offered is exactly what we need. Of course, you're not barred from this. You're too involved.
Both will nod.
Maybe if we talk to her in the dream state like we did before, we can get more information, see what she has to say.
I think that's a good idea.
Do you need any rest?
Yes, but this seems to be a bit more important, unless Very needs it.
I don't.
What she's about to do.
I don't.
Okay. Sailor is not doing anything to inhibit you at all. So what is it that you would like to do?
I'm gonna sit as close to Daviana as I can without like being too close. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to die. Anyone else? Anyway.
Well,
I'd just boop her on the nose.
if I need to.
And I'll just sort of, I don't know why it's whatever. Yeah, she'll sit down as close as she can. And the shadows and stars that are on her little cape that she's wearing will sort of extend off of her towards Daviana. And she'll close her eyes and she'll try to pull everyone into the dream, but who knows what'll happen.
Okay, can I have you roll a 1d100?
Yeah.
Okay, and with an even number, this you are able to weave this magic into the bond that you were sharing and draw the others in with you.
Does that mean
Alara?
Kaylin and Peregrine are coming too?
If they're part of it and you
I mean,
if
yeah,
you
they're in the
want to
bond.
bring them in,
Sure, why
then
not?
I would say yes. Interesting for Peregrine.
Yeah, that dude's chilling in an entirely different side of the building.
He's just like sitting there and I was like, ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alara would have like laid down or at least sat down on the floor so that, you know, not knowing knowing what to expect, because she doesn't just want to like, you know, pass out and fall into a clump on the floor. So she would have laid down,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
knowing that this is what they are trying.
What do the others experience as you're drawing them into this magic, Veri?
I think after those shadows sort of like envelop around like where Daviana is, they sort of like shoot out. It like shoots out in different directions, like specifically towards the people that are being pulled into it. So like it kind of like covers her, and then how can I describe it? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. There's like a little like twinkle for a second, and then it just sort of bursts out. And it'll like slowly envelop each one of them as it reaches them. So like since like Peregrine's further away, like it takes longer to pull him in, but it does.
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't even notice that they're all of a sudden in a dream for a second, because it just is such a smooth transition.
Mm-hmm. And with that same logic that is present in dreaming, where locations can change and time can shift, and it all makes perfect sense until you consider it at a later time. It isn't a startling thing when you find yourself in this new dreamscape.
Can't see it.
Arr,
Oh God, I'm blind.
Very blinded us all.
She
Yeah,
threw
I'm
sand
actually
out
the
of bag in
betrayer.
my
I blind you
face.
all. I kill Daviana.
Oh.
Boom. Oh, wow.
Hey, you know
Interesting.
what?
You
We're in
saved Dad.
Kansas.
Hey.
And this space that you find yourself in has form, though it's barren. It's like you imagine if something took the world and shook all of the progress and life off of it to start it over again. In a near distance, not immediately within hearing distance, but in a easily approached, you see Daviana, and she's standing, but her hands seem to be crossed together over the center of her chest, like pressing against her sternum. And she looks sort of lost in thought. And like she's not fully perceiving this space around. She certainly hasn't taken notice of you.
I run to her instantly.
Okay.
Like a running hug.
Sounds good. Give me just 1 second. I have a prisoner who's clanking his water dish, telling me he needs more.
Ah,
A prisoner.
The FBI's ears just spiked at what you just said.
Sorry, there's a thirsty one in the stockade, lads. I'll be back in a moment.
I told you, water's next to the piss jug.
Okay. So Vary's running towards Daviana. What are the rest of you doing?
Following Barry.
Running towards Saviana, yeah.
Yeah, following Barry.
yep.
I got my arms open. I'm grabbing her.
I'm approaching cautiously and still looking around to see if there's anyone or anything else in this area.
Posty turns around and sees Peregrine and goes, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, chops him in
Yeah,
half.
I think Kaylin and Peregrine hang back. And I think Skivvy's also in this bond. He also hangs back. But he doesn't move as far forward as the rest of you, but he's kind of at the halfway point. So as you reach out and you hug onto her,
Yes.
okay. She sort of like starts a little bit and then looks down, and she's in her like larger form, so you're coming up to about her waist, but she smiles and sets her larger hand on your head. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Very curious to see you in a place like this.
Is this where you've been since you stopped being conscious in our world?
Is that what happened? I think so. I think I'm trapped here. Perhaps like a prison. Sort of stuck. Were you successful?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. So all of the danger's over.
No.
Oh dear.
And
And she sort of
steps
shrinks
closer.
down to like her taller medium height. You're all
What do you-
here?
What do you remember before you came here?
Before I came here to this place.
Yes.
Hmm. Well, Sailor and I were in his workshop, and so is Saria. And we kept receiving missives to keep us updated on what was happening in the battle. And Saria was growing more and more distressed because of the other Knights of Perial, I think. And then Tereth came down, only it wasn't actually Tereth, you see. He had magic wrapped all around him. I could see it, but I couldn't figure out exactly what it was. And then he said that my help was needed. And I thought that I should help if it's needed. And so I stepped out of the protection. And then all of a sudden, everything was quite overwhelming. And it felt like I wasn't awake anymore. Like I'd gone back to sleeping. Except I wasn't dreaming of anything. I was just here.
Vesti nods and he'll say, it seems as though that magic that wrapped around Tereth influenced him to attack you.
He didn't hurt me.
Well, he's put you in a stasis of sorts. Well, actually, they've managed to put you in a stasis that is, at this point, keeping you at bay from pulling one plane of existence into oblivion.
Oblivion?
You've been described
going
as
into
an
the-
axis of magic
Oh,
between Pandemonium and our plane.
oh dear.
Do you know how you said you don't understand it, but it's in your nature to pull on things?
Yes.
You're sort of pulling on it and pushing it away at the same time.
Oh. Seems then perhaps that the villain had a contingency.
Yes, I think we accidentally played into his hand a little.
What shall we do?
Well, we can't close the portal. It's too volatile. So we have to figure out how to stop the push and the pull. And, well, so far the only option presented to us was to sort of get rid of you, and I don't like that option so much.
Oh, I see. What do you think should be done?
Well, I don't know. Does your final act work if you're asleep? Maybe your final act can just be to close that portal and then everything will be fine.
Perhaps.
Do you think we can wake you back up?
I don't know. Never been in a situation exactly just the same as this. But I also didn't think that you would be able to wake me up in the first place. I never dreamed of anybody waking me up in the first place. Didn't really know that I was asleep.
What you do now?
Yes. I don't wish to be the cause of harm to anyone. I will intend to give you my boon, but I don't feel that I can. I don't think it feels like all of my power is just there, but it isn't malleable. But I will say that I trust you, the 5 of you. And also that so many wonderful things that you've shown me, and it would be very sad if they went away. I should like to see more of them. I should like to travel. But if you conclude that that cannot be, that there must be one or the other, then please choose everything else.
Vosti nods. And we'll walk over and put like a hand on her arm. We're going to do our best to make sure that everyone survives this.
I know you will. You've all been very heroic.
I'm glad you got to experience life.
It's been wonderful and so frightening, but even wonderful then. And so unexpected. And how wonderful to have experienced it with friends. She is like just she looks very peaceful in this moment, and it's very easy for Dakin to see, but I think for the rest of you as well, it is she's taken your report of what is going on outside of her seriously, but it's not affecting her directly, so she doesn't have anything additional to emote to it, and she's not experienced it, so she's really just sort of like trying to be comforting to you, because she doesn't know how to react to something as terrifying as you've described. What will you do?
We're not sure yet.
Hmm.
We've got some very intelligent people working on some sort of a solution. We came here to talk to you to see if you had any insight, and to get your input on what you would wish to have happen.
Hmm. Well, I suppose that's a very difficult question to answer, Vosti, because if I could wish, it would be for none of this strife to have touched any of you, for Castor to never had his wicked plan to try and take over anything, that you could have simply lived a comfortable life and I would have stayed dreaming, and everything would have been exactly as it was. And that seems the fairest thing to wish for. But now that I've seen things, I don't know if I could dream things so wonderfully. Perhaps that's why I'm trapped in this space. But I would like to, if you can find a way, see things, to keep experiencing things. But I won't be mad. You've
Are you
already
able to
given me
take-
quite a lot.
Are you able to take different forms? You chose this form,
Yes.
right?
No, I didn't choose this form. I
You didn't?
have... Oh no, this is
Valkyrian
the way I
chose it.
was made.
Oh.
But I can, as a being of balance, lean into radiance and lean into shadow. Why?
I don't know the ins and outs of magic necessarily, but it would be very convenient to be able to transfer your essence from the form that you're in that seems to be damaged into something else that will still allow you to potentially experience things. For the most part, or for the another reason to just not stop what's happening, pulling and pushing.
I think that this form, this body, was built specifically to do this, though. Anybody who wants to and is proficient in Arcana can make an Arcana check. If you would like to make a roll but you're not proficient in Arcana, you can do a flat intelligence check.
Big.
Less than big.
Gives myself advantage.
I forgot to do it. That's not
Are you
better.
not proficient in Arcana, Very?
No.
Really?
No, this entire time I've never
None
been
of you
proficient in
guys are.
Arcana.
Wow.
That's crazy. If I knew nobody was, I probably would have taken it.
Well,
How
when
many
I
times have I rolled religion this campaign?
when I built the character, it was more like, ooh, history and books.
I get you.
Vosti, a stray thought occurs to you as one of the very few who has accepted and used a boon from Daviana. When she did so, you knew that piece of her, she didn't have access to it anymore. But it was also not so strong that you couldn't contain it within yourself. Like, you didn't start to, like, blur apart to nothing because of the amount of magic. So, theoretically, if she just put herself into pieces,
Poor Crux.
some mortals could carry it around. Mm-hmm.
I did that once. Today, actually.
And because we're not designed to push or pull, we might be able to allow him to close it.
Yeah, if it was not quite so centric in a body that you guys at this point know was made to basically be like a little magic battery, a gigantic magic battery.
Vosi would, he got finished listening to Daviana, and then he kind of does the sharp head tilt up, and then looks at the rest of the group, and then back to Daviana. You've gifted yourself to us, a part of you. Before. Are you able to disperse the rest of you amongst different people?
I suppose it's possible. I haven't wanted to do it just yet because I don't know what would happen to me if I didn't have as much power as I've kept flowing through me. I thought I could sacrifice a small piece. But I think...
Well, I was thinking
It could.
maybe
Continue?
if it's not people, at least objects, something that might contain a part of your essence, so that we stop what's happening on the other end and could carry you around safely, and then find a way it further. It gives us a longer time to figure out a way to put you back together, if that's something we can do. So that you do survive, it's just in a different form.
That seems like an intriguing idea. You should talk to Sailor about it. I wouldn't be upset if it was perhaps just a chance to explore, but in a different form.
That way you could even remain with us.
I should like that. I know that this form was made because it is the face of love. But it would be nice to remain with friends, no matter what.
Oh, Daviana, I think at this point you're part of the family.
She smiles.
He's gonna look at the rest of the group to see if they want to say anything or weigh in.
Alara kind of has this light bulb moment. I don't know if this is dumb or not, but maybe if we split up parts of her, we could put them in the little wooden figures that I carved for you guys. Those are meaningful tokens. Like it's not just some dumb rock we found on the side of the road or something. Maybe that can be helpful in some manner.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's not an awful idea.
What? You're so quiet.
Oh, that was meant to be quiet. I was saying that's not an awful idea.
You gotta be loud for me to hear you in Discord, man.
I cocked my head to the side, thinking, and it pointed my mouth away from where my microphone was.
Veri, can I have you do a Constitution saving throw, please?
Yeah. I guess.
Okay.
I'm by Valerius.
Okay.
Do I feel anything?
Is there anything else you guys are wanting to say to her? You can see in the distance, Kaelin and Peregrine have moved forward to be standing with Skivrox, and he seems to be animatedly explaining something to them.
I muted myself on accident. Do I feel anything? In that moment?
You know that the room that your physical body is in is an unhealthy space to be in, because again, it's just it's like your soul is being scraped across sandpaper just being there. That was to see if you're maintaining your spell.
I don't know how much longer I can keep us in here.
Are we even prepared
Those-
to make a decision? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say Vosti nods. Go ahead.
I have a feeling we're not even really in a position to make a decision this very second, so probably something we're gonna need to talk more about.
Right, we're going to do it on the outside.
Yeah.
We'll try, Daviana.
I trust you whatever you decide. I know whatever decision you come to is what is best. Not just for me, but for everything.
Vosti will give Daviana a hug and then walk and smile and give or walk back towards Givy.
She returns the hug and the smile and seems quite happy to have had this conversation.
I hug her
Alara-
too.
Yeah, same.
She achieves the
Alara
hug.
goes in and hugs her. And she's
Mhm.
like, we love you, Daviana. I hope you know that.
Oh, that makes me so happy to hear. I love you too. I think I always must have.
And then she goes
Val-
to join Kaylin and Peregrine and Skivrax.
Valerius kind of just doesn't go and give her a hug, but he kind of just smiles and nods to her.
The fuck?
A
Give her a hug,
sad-
bitch.
Huh? Well,
Give her a hug,
no,
bitch.
Kind of a sad smile.
Uh-huh.
And then as he turns to walk back to like with the others, if there's anyone that's now facing him with his back towards Daviana, there's some tears welling up in his eyes and a couple streaming down his cheek.
I'll walk past Valerius and put a hand on his shoulder. I'll walk up to Daviana and I'll take both her hands in my hands.
Mm-hmm.
I will do everything I can with the power I was granted to ensure you get to walk your own path.
I believe you.
No matter what happens, I will never regret waking you.
Oh, that's a lovely thing to hear. I don't regret being woken.
Keep your chin up. You're not alone.
She glances past him. Well, neither are you.
He knows she means them, but he feels
Mhm.
like she's talking about somebody else.
It's entirely possible. She squeezes his hands. Go finish saving
Oh.
the world.
We'll do our best.
Mm. As Dakin steps away, she sort of pivots back to the way that she was facing and looks up at this sort of swirling, almost like hot looking sky. And after a moment, like first one hand, then the other lifts to her chest. And she's just sort of in the same pose that you saw her when you first arrived in this dream.
I'll put a hand on her and leave it there until the spell ends.
When Valerius makes his way over to them and he's got like tears coming down his face, he gets basically sort of swallowed up in a skivvy hug.
Thanks, buddy.
There.
Yeah, thank you.
He really likes it when you squeeze hard on hugs.
I think
Skivvy.
my rib just popped out the other side.
It's just a dream. You'll be fine. And then he squeezes
Doesn't
harder.
feel like it. Oh.
What do you do, Dream Master?
I'll wake everyone up, but like I said, just next to her with a hand on her until it's done.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You guys awaken once more in Sailor's space. Immediately, you're aware that Egrin has joined you. And he is over at the desk with Sailor. Saria is just like, she's kind of taken up a stance between you guys who are all unconscious and the two that are at the desk, like defensively. And from beneath this cloak that Egrin is ever presently wearing, there's just like these little like stardust kind of wisps of mana sort of seeping in the direction of Daviana. Like little tiny threads.
Okay.
There's a moment as you guys are kind of coming to, and then through the bond you hear Peregrine say, "A little warning would have been wonderful."
I don't know if we could.
Sorry.
Oh, it was just a nap. It's all right.
I hit my head on the way down.
Well, it's probably not the first time.
Rude. He doesn't seem offended.
Most will stand up and offer hands to people that are sitting or laying down in order to get back away from Daviana because it's awful.
I mean, Val would.
Yeah, Alara accepts the help up.
Interesting. She's sort of pulling on Egrin, too.
His hood turns in your direction. Yes. Now, bring that mind over, all of you, actually. Let's see what it is that we can do.
Walks over.
Over.
Saria hooks her hand around Valerius's arm.
I stab her.
Oh.
Well, to still him, but then, like, she kind of indicates, like, can we, like, talk in the hall? With a jut of her chin.
He'd be kind of walking, and he'd, like, stop feeling the arm. I mean, he'd kind of turn and look at her and look back to the others and... give me just a moment.
Bosty's gonna tap his temple.
He just winks at him.
Her, like, she doesn't look happy, but her face kind of falls a little bit, and she nods and then just, like, heads out into the hall.
Yeah, follows after.
Valerius, I need you to release me from this request that you have to watch over Daviana.
He kind of, like, exhales. Yeah, give the others to go to. Please, we got it from here.
She steps closer and, like, she's gleaned because of the way that you guys look at each other that there's something happening. You guys are communicating that in a way that she can't hear. But she kind of, like, lifts her hands, and she's not touching, but, like, they just sort of, like, hover on either side of his face. Like, she's trying to sort of, like, manifest a wall that's just the two of you.
He would, lift his hands and gently, like, wrap them around her wrists and just, like, if she would slowly pull them down, and he'd shake his head and go, "It's just you and me."
We were on the front line when it began. And the reports that I've received is there's just not that many of us left. I know this is so important that you are at the epicenter of everything. But I think it's you also need to know that you're needed. And I know And she just sort of like taps her finger against the sigil that's on his chest. I know this is different.
Sorry, it's a bit different now. I mean, it's a lot bigger than just my decisions and my choices anymore. I mean, you get that, right? You get where I'm coming from?
I do. I understand it. I just think that I don't think we're going to survive this. Many will, I think, because of what you and your family and your companion are doing. I think a lot of lives are going to be saved. I just don't think our order is going to survive this.
We kind of take another inhale, and however kind of like close he is to her, like he'd kind of close the distance, and like his hands that were on her wrists would kind of slide up her arms and like rest on like not on her shoulders, but like along her like bicep kind of areas.
Mm-hmm.
You give a soft squeeze and go, okay, one step at a time. I still got something to deal with here. It's clear that we need to get more information on what's happening out there. I'll release you from that and release you from here. Find out more, find out what you can.
Okay. I just... If you live and the order dies, please don't let it just die with you. Please teach.
Acting like you're also not planning on coming back.
I don't think the odds are in our favor.
They never were.
Well, you and I are in a unique position that we have both mourned each other's death at least once. So we know what to expect.
Then why don't we make the promise to each other that we'll do our damnedest to make sure we don't have to do that a second time?
That's the plan.
He nods and pulls his hands away.
She just straightens her shoulders and turns like she's in a march and heads down the other direction on the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
I should have really
kinda
switched over to her for that conversation.
That's fine. He would just kind of stand there and like watch her walk off until like, you know, like playing a what's it called, line of sight's broken, you know, whether she rounds a corner or something like that, and then once she does, he'd step back into the room.
Okay. Back in the room, Sailor and Egrin have been talking. Obviously, there's like many books that are open, and they're just trying to figure out what to do. At a very cursory glance, as you guys are approaching the table where they're working, and while Valerius has stepped outside for just a moment, you can see that like the texts that are open are things that have to do with pandemonium, planes in general, theories of magic, theories of the haze. So kind of like a broad sense of things. And they were in a sort of a debate back and forth about whether or not like putting her deeper into a stasis effect, like petrifying her, might have an effect on what's going on, or if, you know, like what would be the potential repercussions if her as a vessel is no longer available. Like if she dies, what happens to the magic? Does it like fizzle and just sort of like disperse into the region, or is it going to be something more catastrophic? They seem to be, that's the conversation as you guys approach.
And you said I'm back at this point?
You can, depending on how long they're just sort of like listening to these ideas back and forth, you can rejoin shortly after. And I think
I'll wait a little bit.
Yeah, with the exception of like if you were just sort of like ignoring them, if they were thinking about in the bond the things that were being said, you're kind of aware of the conversation.
All right, we'll say I come in a little bit. Let them do what they're gonna do.
Okay.
Do they have
Theory?
Veil of the Unknown, Unraveling the Mysteries of the Haze laid out
They
there?
do.
Ugh,
They do.
I take it.
I think Sailor is just, he like glances in that direction and then like just isn't upset about that at all. Egrin though, like his like little like claw-like hand kind of like reaches towards it and then pulls back when he realizes that it's you. And then he's just like, you get a sense from the way that his cloak is draping that he's irritated, but not enough to scold you.
He doesn't know. I have a long history with this book.
Mm-hmm.
I only got to read 2 of the theories.
It's an Andromean Times top 10 bestseller.
True.
I know that there's a theory in it that's like that the haze was made by like a civilization. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the whole write up obviously written in my notes.
Dig into my notes too.
Yeah. I only ever got 2 of the theories. So I think she's just looking to see like the other ones and if any of them are close to like what she knows.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Me
Boop, 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 boop.
and this book, we have a long history. Oh, we were in a will they, won't they?
Okay. So the theories that are currently in debate, and we'll say that there is, but you can glance through them, and there's sort of a, oh gosh, what are they called? There's like a little like blurb at the beginning of each of the sections to give you an idea of what the theories are that are contained within. So, the first one is that it's a planar scar theory, and it posits that the haze is just this remnant of an ancient war between the planes that existed before any currently known history, and the fissure is where the barriers between the dimensions were shattered. People who believe this is the case think that the ripples and the flickers are echoes of that original rupture of instability. And the erratic behavior reflects and like attempts by other planes to try and heal the scar on their side of things. The evidence that's usually used for this is the similarity between like the Feywild and the Shadowfell and the material, because they're kind of reflections of each other in a lot of ways. And specifically in Andromea, the Marwyn Woods has this overlay, and they interpret that the reason that happened, where the Fae was pulled in and the Shadowfell was pulled in and overlaid, is because the haze was basically bleeding. This wound was never fully healed. And people that are in criticism of that think that if it was just a scar, that its effects would have diminished over time rather than remaining active or potentially intensifying. Based on what you now know, probably not likely. There is the Forgotten Forge hypothesis, which is that the haze was deliberately created by some sort of advanced ancient civilization as a means to harness planar energies, that it maybe was like a colossal magical engine or a barrier against threats that were contemporary to that race existing. Those who believe in it suggest that the flicker represents moments where there's like overload, or the maintenance cycle kind of gets built into the mechanism, and it's kind of just like a release valve for pressure. And there's some support for that based on some of the ruins that can be found near the haze. And the people who criticize it think that, well, the haze seems a little bit more organic than machine-like. This kind of feels maybe a little bit closer to the truth as far as a theory goes, because of the state where you found Daviana, and that she's not like exactly mortal. There is the divine boundary concept, which is basically that the haze is some sort of divine artifact that was crafted by deities to regulate the flow of magic and prevent the collapse of all planes into chaos. This is viewed often with people who are like religious, and particularly people who follow Sirach and Achiel, the gods and goddess of the stars and fate. And then the flickers are basically moments of divine intervention that are sort of recalibrating the cosmos. And people who are critics basically say, well, there's zero physical evidence of that. It's just faith. That's secular. And so people who have more secular views of things are just like, well, that's just, theology. I think you had seen the sentient haze theory, that basically is that the haze itself is alive in some way and possesses a form of sentience. The haze reacts unpredictably to mortal actions. It has areas of intense flickers, or the flickers might not be like malfunctions of a sort, but actually like intentional actions, like warnings or responses to things, or even experimentation from the haze. And proponents think that it's basically, there's an entity that's sort of born of the confluence of the planes, that's kind of an emergent sort of intelligence. And critics think that the evidence that's there for that is kind of circumstantial, and that the haze's behaviors could be explained through other means, both natural and arcane. And also the idea that there's a sentience to it, like, kind of throws a wrench into how to deal with the haze in general. And so it's kind of like, well, it's better to think that it's not sentient. That way, anything that we do to it is not potentially immoral or unethical. There's also a theory that it's used to be something that was stable but became volatile because mortals grew to exist, and that they are basically an interference to it, and your existence on the plane is entirely the reason that things go all fucky. And people think that this is basically just kind of an alarmist theory, that what are you supposed to do about that? Kill everybody? There's nothing you can do with this theory. So it's not really
The
given
kill
a
everyone
huge amount of
theory.
yeah, not really given a huge amount of validity. But it is true that like the activity is more intense near places where people do things. Like it is reacting
Yeah.
to people like casting magic. There is a symbiosis model that's been created where it's both a sentient haze and a divine boundary. Like those two theories kind of feed together. That there is like a semi-conscious entity that's functioning as both a regulator and a participant in like this huge planar ecosystem. And then this one just sort of houses it here locally as a means of interacting sort of in symbiosis with the world, that there's a means of amplifying magic and encouraging evolution among magical beings. So in that case, the haze shouldn't be considered something that's hostile, but it could pose a threat if the goals that it might have, like quote unquote goals, are in conflict with the interests of the mortals that exist in the world. Like it could provoke disasters out of malice, or not out of malice rather, but as a means to eliminate an overall reliance on magic. So it might be something that sort of like culls and resets. And critics think that it's there's no real way to test or prove this. So it's an interesting theory, but they don't think that it's true. But it's also kind of an unsettling implication that there might be like a being that is like a god, but isn't a god, that they have a little bit more, at least theological understanding of, that might choose to punish them. Like that's just a scary thought. And then the final is simply that this is a planar nexus where all of the boundaries of the planes are the very thinnest. And the flickers are just moments of alignment when the planes come together in either greater harmony or greater discord. And that alignment can be influenced by different things like celestial cycles or magic or the movements of the moon. But the criticism is that because there isn't a pattern, like there is a pattern of the movement of the moons or the stars across the sky or whatever, there's no pattern to these things. It seems unlikely. And that's the veil of the unknown, unraveling the mysteries of the haze.
I set the book back down.
And I read it again. No,
I will like set it down to like the one that I think is like closest to the truth and just kind of like shrug. I shrug in Egrin's direction because he was so annoyed at me picking it up.
If you could see his eyes, if he has eyes, you imagine they're squinted. How was the results of your spell?
Well, we were able to talk to her.
Is she in distress?
She didn't know she was sleeping.
Well, that's a blessing. What were the rest of you doing while Very was skimming?
Chilling.
Okay.
I would have liked to maybe do, I mean, yeah, who knows? I'll just get fucking blinded again for the 1500th time, but I'd like to do a ritual detect magic.
Okay.
To
What a
just
place to
see
do
if
that.
there's any spells affecting Daviana at the moment still.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. I would say at the time that your ritual completes is also about the time that Varys finished reading. And Valerius, you would have returned a couple of minutes ago. Alara,
okay.
what have you been doing?
I I don't know if it would be useful to do any grim psychometry at the moment.
You think because of the nature of grim psychometry, like probably what you would be able to look for is being able to witness what happened between Terith and Daviana while he was under the Gaius. So if that seems like something you would want to have additional information on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead and get that started. Dakin. Who's standing closest to Dakin?
Not it.
Valerius.
I mean, I just walked back in.
Probably
yeah.
Valerius because I used his bonus.
Okay. And how did you perform this ritual?
I didn't touch her, but I did. Like I lit some incense, and I just started examining the room for traces of anything before I start looking to her specifically.
Okay.
Are you sage sticking the room?
Yeah.
Okay. I need you to roll for me a 1d100.
Good luck.
And you want to roll low.
One.
Good luck.
One.
Roll a 1. Ooh!
That's not bad.
Okay. Very good. When you complete this ritual, Dakin, and you glimpse into the arcane in order to see the flow of magic in this space, you were already prepared for the fact that you were probably going to just be like shocked and blinded by the amount of it. There is nothing that has ever indicated to you that Sailor is somebody who eschews the arcane in any way. And you're very aware that he has this contraption that's creating a null space. So that's the thing that you notice first is in this first blinding glimpse of the space, there is a void against the far wall that is this null bubble that Daviana had been inside of. And it's like repulsing a lot of other arcane energies that are swirling through here. You don't see Agrin's form. What you see is like a spinning cosmos of stars. You don't see Sailor's form. What you see is a gem hovering in the air that's pulsing like a heartbeat. You don't see Veri. She is simply not nothingness like the null, but she is just shadow. You can see her profile as she's reading, but it's just black. Like the new, blacker than black paints that have come out. She no longer has form to her. When you finally turn your gaze towards Daviana, this is where you fall backwards because it is too much for you to fully wrap your mind around what you're seeing, because it's like your brain is getting pulled into like a wormhole or like a warp tunnel, and you are getting sucked into whatever is spinning through, and like your vision just keeps going and going and going and going, and you see the sharp, jagged slate-like rocks and lightning and wind of pandemonium, and you see the fires and just feel the heat of hell. Then you are in this dark, deep, purplish black of an abyss that just has no end to it. And then you are in this bright light that makes you feel closer to Lemoneth than you've ever been. And then you are farther in this ocean of stars that spreads, and you just keep going and going and going and going and going. Valerius, when you look down at Dakin as like he collapses in front of you, when you look into his eyes, the color of them is gone, and all you see is just sort of like swirling lights and energy.
Okay. Like, as I like, can I like catch him? Like, just make sure it doesn't like collapse and like stomp his head.
Yes.
Am I able to determine if this is like a spell effect that is currently being held on him?
I think that you recognize some of the elements of how he does ritual casting. So it's likely that he is under a spell.
I kind of look to the others, being like, I might be able to snap him out of this. Should I, or?
Dakin is starting to seize.
I turn around
yeah.
and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, Vosi's like, yes, go, do it. What?
I'm gonna kind of put my hand on his chest, and I'm gonna see if it works. I'm gonna use my action to use cleansing touch.
Okay.
I'll pop it in. But basically, if if there is a spell on him or one willing creature, I can end it.
Okay.
Gonna see if that elicits any response, and then gonna go through other options just in case, but kind of working through the list.
Dakin, you have been flying through the plains for millennia, and then all of a sudden you feel a hand like curl over your shoulder, and you're immediately still, and everything is dark. And you sense that you're no longer standing, that you're sort of, you're reclined and you've been caught by somebody. And you're still in this very uncomfortable space, but it's very, very dark. Valerius, you see the swirling colors sort of fade back. But it's like his eyes have been burned.
Ooh.
And scarred over, so you see the color again, but there's like milkiness across them.
As I'm still holding, like trying to, do this cleansing touch and whatnot, and as I'm holding him, I don't know, obviously, if he's like being hurt by this or anything, and I'm just like every like 30 seconds, gonna pump like 3 lay on hands points into him, see how he responds, and just kind of keep doing that for a little bit.
Okay. He
I have
stopped
30 left, so.
Okay. He stopped seizing, and Dakin, I'm handing the reins back to you now. You start to see like little bits of shadow and light in concert with like a pressure that's very warm, like sunlight warm against you as this magic seeps into you, and it's continuing to get better as Valerius is healing you. And I think Valeria. Yeah. No, I imagine that was probably a lot to think about.
She's connected to everything. All the planes. I have seen the multiverse.
Okay. I am gonna smack my hand back down on that book and grab it again.
And he's saying this out loud.
Yeah.
Valerius seems a little less, not uninterested, but more focusing on like, does he look like he's getting worse? Does it like making sure from a physical standpoint that he is okay?
Go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's see what happens.
Good luck. Hey!
Okay.
Hey, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. It seems from your estimation that there's like his eyes are healing little by little. This isn't a normal way to remove a blindness condition, but I think the attention and the proximity to the heart of magic is probably doing a lot of leg lifting.
I mean, I'll use my last 3rd level spell slot to upcast Lesser Restoration.
If you'd like to.
Yeah.
Dakin, you are once again like in a space that has volume to it. The column of energy that's moving through Daviana remains there, but you're certainly not seeing magic in its truest form again in this space. And you can see that the person who's been caring for you is Valerius. That the rest of the room's attention is on you as well. And you feel like you actually see a little bit more clearly than you did before. Maybe you previously needed glasses a little bit.
Feeling all right, bud?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, push me out for a second. You started seizing. And I'd kind of help him up to like a couch, a chair, or something, just so he's not still on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
It sort of seems like he's a little confused and he's trying to get his bearings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna really annoyingly get in the way of Egrin and Sailor, because I'm trying to look through and find anything that has information that's closer to like what Dakin just said.
There's documentation there that discusses the different planes, a lot of it about the Fae and the Shadowfell, because that's actually, manifested here in the material. And also, of course, some books and scrolls about pandemonium, but the idea of there being like a single point that is all planes is kind of, it's not really documented on outside of the theories that are in the book you've already skimmed through.
Yeah, and I think she like flipped that book open to the one that has like that sort of theory, and she's just sort of like poking around and like putting things together for them as they're like trying to go through this stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's influencing their conversation as you're kind of, there's very much just sort of like a group research project happening over at this desk.
Yeah, they have a little murder board going on the desk, and I'm pinning things onto it.
Exactly. Alara, what are you doing?
I mean, using the information that we gained from the others to try to piece together what happened with Tareth.
So since it's in this space, you can touch anything. I would not recommend touching Daviana.
Boop her on the nose a second time. But yeah, like, you know, where yeah, like I'm trying to gather as much information as I can without touching her,
touch
because
the neutral
we know
bubble.
Sure.
I mean,
Go
yeah, because
ahead
she had been
and-
in the bubble and all of that stuff, so
Yeah, go ahead and post your grim psychometry just to remind me. Okay. Let me go ahead and have you make that history check.
I did earlier and rolled a 14.
Oh, I see you. Okay. Thank you. You as you lay your hand into this space, because this was the space where everything occurred, but I think Alara chooses a space that puts her where she can observe between the doorway and the boundary of the null bubble. And your mind's eye kind of pulls your attention inward, and you see Tareth making his way into the room. And this happens very shortly after Daviana looks up, and Sailor and Saria look up, because the light kind of shifted just a little bit. Like, you guys are in the bowels of the building. There isn't like an exterior window in this room, but it just felt sort of like everything dimmed just a little bit, like a cloud passing over the sun that isn't visible. And it just made everybody curious. Shortly thereafter, he came into the room and moved up to the edge of the bubble. And you can see that there is, in his eyes, around the border of his iris, because you're looking for some evidence of what's happening, there's sort of like a neon sickly green kind of circling his irises. But he says, Daviana, the battle has turned the tide somewhat. We believe that Pandemonium has joined in, but we received news that your help is needed, that they need to move you forward in order to obtain a different boon. And Daviana's looked kind of confused, but then she's got up, like she was willing to go. She goes, we're going to have to go all the way over to them in order for me to exchange this boon. And he's like, I know, we've identified some means of getting you there quickly. And then he sort of held his hand out towards her. And when she reached out past the bubble and took hold of his hand, and he didn't like grip and yank. He just really gently curled his hand around and like helped her step out. But the second that she did, like she kind of spasmed, and this like her whole body went stiff. And he just kept kind of like tugging her forward a little bit, and Saria like jumped forward and like tried to push Daviana back inside of the bubble and push Tareth away from her, and was just like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And he's just like, "Oh no, it's fine. This has been asked for." And then Sailor basically like started to fully pay attention to what was going on, and he notices the green around the irises and says he's under a spell, at which point Saria drew her weapon and began to like force him back and away from her. But at that point, like the light started shooting towards her from the ground and from above, and the whole building shook. And she was sort of standing in the middle of it, and like her hands were crossed over her heart, and she was trying to, looks like, kind of just keep control of herself for several minutes. And then after a few, Tareth sort of like shook his head, and the spell had faded because the objective had been completed. And he shouted like, "No, no, no," and like started to move towards her, but Saria like held her sword to his neck to keep him back, and then began to put him into chains, manacles that she had. And then you can hear Daviana mutter to herself words that you heard before. "Keep doing what you're doing, but I need to take it back." And then your vision kind of pulls back and away from that.
So, like, the whole time that this is happening, you can just see Alara's face. Like, she has that thoughtful expression as she's watching what's happening. And she's not, quote unquote, touching the scene, but she's, like, walking around it. And she's, like, trying to see what the expressions are on people's faces. And just trying to take it all in. And she looks frustrated.
Osty,
Yeah.
what are you up to?
He's just watching everything. Didn't really have much to say unless they're done talking, or if they start to talk about ideas or plans or whatever.
They're definitely sort of talking amongst themselves about ideas and plans, but they don't, either they're purposefully not including you, which seems unlikely but possible, or they haven't settled on anything that they think is like the best plan, and so they haven't pitched anything to you.
I do think he would
But-
be trying to focus on things that are being said, but also thinking about Father. And the fact that he said, if we may have to kill her or else Pandemonium will no longer exist, which means everyone in it.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, the Pandemonium forces you said were in the other chamber or outside of the building?
Yes, they're presumably out on the battlefield fighting.
Okay. Well, so we wouldn't know how they're being affected by being here?
Not from this room. And from what you guys had sort of gleaned when you were looking at the war table, the information that's coming from those forces that's being reported back to headquarters, so to speak, is limited or confusing.
But it's still to our understanding that people from Pandemonium cannot exist in the material plane.
Well, you know that that's not true because Skivrox can exist. It is your understanding that your dad, because of whatever it is that he's done in order to obtain the power that he has in Pandemonium, he brings chaos when he comes. Now, is it the case that he brings chaos because there's also always been a haze? And if the haze is gone, then he can come and go freely? Maybe.
Yeah.
Let me ask each of you, particularly the spellcasters, but all of you who have abilities and everything, based on how much of those you've used, how tired are your characters?
I'm pretty tired.
I have a magical juice box that lets me feel better, so probably not as tired as others.
Love to soak in a hot tub.
I got magical juice box.
Dakin was kind of conservative with his resources, so he's like tired, but not in any way exhausted. He's still got juice.
Mechanically, about half tired.
Okay.
I mean, I still have another hybrid transformation that I can use. So, yeah, about half tired.
Okay.
Health-wise, I'm okay. I have one spell slot, though.
Okay. Posty?
He's fine.
Okay. At this
I mean-
point...
I mean, you know,
Mhm.
like fine-ish.
At this point, you guys are in a position of needing to come to a decision about if, and then if yes, what action you might take. Because you also have an action of simply doing nothing and seeing what happens.
I think Alara wants to try to separate out the pieces of Daviana into the objects like Vosti suggested to see if it works. That's
Okay.
better than just straight up killing her, in her opinion.
Okay. Then let's either in Sailor's Place or you guys can retreat to another area to talk. Why don't we go ahead and take a break? And then I think the discussion of what to do is next on the docket. For now, we will go ahead and take a tenor. And hopefully all of you in the chat can come back with us. And in the meantime, the rest of us will grab something to eat. Welcome back, everybody. We are once again, we find ourselves in Sailor's Chambers. And you have Daviana suspended in the center, holding together and forcing apart passively two planes. As you're aware, but have not seen fully, battles rage on elsewhere in the countryside. And there's been a number of theories that have been discussed, and Egrin and Sailor are both teetering back and forth very between the idea of trying to take her, what might be considered the living part of her, away and turning her functionally into an object that funnels magic and then therefore can be potentially controlled a little bit more easily. Or what are the risks of destroying her? Whether it would even be possible to retrieve the sarcophagus that she had been in and put her back into a stasis. If the sarcophagus has some ability to control this power, or what other options there may be. So you've been overhearing this, but you guys have also had an opportunity to talk to her, and as a group have considered some other ideas. And so I'm giving you your characters the floor to contemplate what it is that you want to do. It seems that for at least a little while, you guys have the power to make the decision because you're the most involved. But at a certain point, it's very likely that chance to make the choice will be taken away from you because it's going to be a larger risk. And then, in which case, I get to make the decision at the very end. And won't that be interesting? But you guys have the ability to stay here if you'd like to, where you're close to her, although she seems, again, stable, as much as can be considered stable. Or you have access, again, to the place where you all have been staying in the ambassador's hall, to sort of be able to discuss or rest or anything that you'd like to do. Or you can go back out into the council hall. You can petition other people for ideas. What would you like to do?
I think we should go back to our room and discuss what we think we should do.
I agree.
Just the overwhelming thickness that's coming from this room, it's making it hard to think. I want to talk to Tarith. After what I saw, I just... I mean, you look tired. She kind of motions to Valerius. Anyone else have any thoughts? Stay here, go, what?
I don't really care where we talk about it.
Is there anybody that you guys would like to have additionally participate in the conversation?
What's his face?
So true.
Who?
Wizard bestie.
Well, I would just say all of the Dawn Watch,
Calbrian?
probably.
Halbrian?
Yeah. Yep.
I would just say like all the three of them,
Mm-hmm.
The Dusk
and
Watch.
also
Or
Barrow's
the Dawn
head.
Watch.
What?
Also Barrow's head.
Oh,
crazy.
Barrel?
Daryl's head is currently in the
Oh,
house.
actually, that
Upper
might
end.
have been
What the
spit
hell,
out,
you-
right?
Yeah,
No, it
that-
hasn't been 8 hours yet.
You should have
Oh, I thought
given
it was
that
1 hour.
back to them by now, I think. So they could.
Yeah, we should
Can
probably
we say I have given it back to
take
them?
that.
I don't think you really had a chance to, but you can do that next as part of this.
I give them Barrel's head and body bag.
In this space?
Right here. No.
My God.
Okay.
I say
So,
when
hey,
we get
by
back to
the
the
way,
room,
guys-
we can, in a respectful manner, take her body out and rest her in one of the beds or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that that's doable. So let's return you to your ambassador's hall.
Oh, before we had left, I would have told them the idea of Horcrux.
Ugh. Can we come up with a different?
you
Can
would
we
have
come up
told
with a different name for
Hugh.
it?
I would have offered the
The
idea of
snore crux, because she's asleep.
energy transference,
Okay.
essence transference.
Got it. I think they she's not here. They're not here.
They're dead.
They're dead. Yeah, I think this is everybody. You guys are clearly still under the effects of some spells which should have expired.
On this.
Just frustrating.
You're in the doorway, yeah.
Oh, I
Wait.
can-
There's something wrong with my. Wait, what?
I can't take it off
There's-
myself anymore.
Yeah.
Something wrong with my map.
What do you mean?
What's wrong with it?
It's black, and all I see is 5 feet.
Oh, like your vision got
Get
weird.
Oh,
flicked.
you lost your vision.
Get flicked.
Get
We are in night
fricked.
mode, so
I
the
can
colors are
see.
different, but you should be able to see.
I can
Yeah.
see.
Well,
freaking frick.
And like a
Dude.
second ago, I saw it,
Get
and it
frickin'
was like a
fricked.
lady with a wolf in the top left.
What?
Maybe you need to refresh. Maybe you got logged out.
I think you might be having a moment.
It was like a legitimate lady with a white wolf behind her in the top left
So
corner.
Laura's
next
mom.
to the rug.
Mommy?
Okay.
Do
Interesting.
you have that kind of art?
You were definitely seeing some. I think you were seeing the druids, but they weren't behind you. I'm going to bring you
saw my
guys
next
back onto
character.
the sheet.
The
That's my Shadow's character. I'm the wolf.
No, she was old.
Inside
She's my
of
mommy
you,
and
there
I'm
are
the wolf.
2 wolves.
One of them's Dak.
Both of them are gay.
No,
And
she
they
was like an
won't
old
stop
lady.
fucking.
She's like an old lady with white hair.
I'm blurred
And there was,
forever
like,
The
now.
wolves.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I truly don't.
Throw me to the wolves and they'll come back forklift certified.
Was
What?
I hacked?
Maybe.
It's a vision, Vosti. What does it mean?
Okay, well, I still can't see shit.
I haven't pulled you back onto the screen. I can't take the effects off of you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh,
God. Yeah, it
Um,
just like ceased to exist on my sheet now, so I just have blur forever.
Yeah. Frustrating.
Well, what if I... Whoa, not that. Wait, my sheet closed. Did you do that to me somehow?
I don't think so, but maybe. while this is getting sorted, you guys make your way back into the ambassador's chambers. There is a moment when Valerius dips into the tiny house to retrieve Beryl, and we'll say she's placed like down here in this room, down the hallway. And I think Peregrine's going to just be like sitting vigil, even though she is dead.
Nope, forever blur.
Yeah. I think there's a way if I do.
I can almost have that before Valerius healed his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Not just a forever
Do-
blur, just a forever nothing, sir.
I'm blind.
Let's try this. If I separate you from your sheet, ha ha ha! And then what happens if I reconnect you to your sheet?
Duh! You closed my sheet again! I watched it go away!
Well,
It pulled it back into that window and then just closed it.
That's very funny. We'll unlink it. Bring him back onto the screen. And then relink it. Perfect.
What did you change? Nothing
Okay.
changed.
I took off the shield of faith
spinny
that was
thing.
around you and wouldn't go away. Yeah.
Is everything supposed to be blue?
Yeah. Like everything
'cause
else.
it's
Night. Night.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's night mode, and then also there's windows that are bringing in the light of the sky.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pot.
Skivvy
Kiss
is.
Valerius.
I'm gonna have him be out here if he can get out the door. Oh, he's so big. I don't think he can fit through the door. Plop.
I hold the door open while he crawls through.
Yeah, he squeezes his little shoulders through. All right, well, so we've all gathered here in the wake of a terrible fight. And is this a meeting?
Well, we've got to make a decision on what to do, given the new circumstance of Daviana.
I'm going to say that you like sort of filled him in on the way as you were like explaining, we need you to come with us kind of
With
thing.
lots of eye rolling, for sure.
Okay. Well, that is quite a predicament. We have unknown risks with an unknown entity with unknown capabilities and unknown consequences. I do like mystery. Perhaps this is an extra helping of mystery. Are you leaning any particular way?
I want to try what Vosti suggested.
Him?
My brother?
Calbrian looks at Vosti. You had a suggestion?
Part of my
Calbrian,
suggestion
people
was to
who aren't-
include you into these discussions. Maybe I made a
Oh.
mistake.
No, I've always said that brawn indicates a large amount of brain power. What was your
people
suggestion?
who aren't wizards can still think.
That's never been proven.
Maybe we should put you into the tiny house, and you can just sit in the tiny house.
Ooh. I think I'll be more useful out here, but I would not mind poking around in that.
Okay, awesome. A reward for not being an asshole is that you can go hang out in there later.
Interesting.
We do have your friend in there.
Actually, just as a
Yeah, we
yeah,
brought it
she's
up.
she's down in this room, and Peregrine's with her.
I
But,
did have your friend in there.
Yes, I was there when she was laid temporarily to rest. All right, what was your idea, Vosti?
Says idea.
Repeat it.
Says it word for word.
No, I need you to repeat it because I've been doing most of the talking. Bucko.
We think that it might be, we hope that it would be possible to transfer her essence into objects. So not only does she get to live on in some way, that she's not destroyed, that we could potentially figure out a way later on to put her back together so that it doesn't cause destruction.
How will you accomplish such a thing?
No idea. She has managed to gift us a boon, part of her essence already, willfully. So maybe if we take her out of stasis, she's able to willingly put parts of her in objects. I'm not even sure what kind of objects, whether or not they need to be specifically constructed, made of a certain material, or could it be anyone or anything?
Are you planning to set phylacteries, like you're sort of making her into a lich?
Oh.
Not in a literal sense, but something like that. We would need soul cage if that's the case. Interesting.
But if we do this, I think it's most important to keep it secret. There should only be a very specific amount of people that know that we do this.
How many pieces are you going to break her up into, or proposing to break her up into?
I don't know. I don't know how many she
boons
can
did
break
she
apart.
have?
I think 6.
6
Was
then?
it 6?
I don't have it written down.
I think I wrote it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At least those were the offerings that one time, so I don't know if that's still true, Gwen.
There was the one that she offered you beforehand too, so that would make 8.
Oh, that's true. That was a different one. So is it 8? Gwynethan?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
That doesn't
Yeah,
mean
8,
that
sure.
you need to split her into 8 pieces.
Right, okay.
It could just
But
be
we know
this
she
whatever
had
amount.
8 pieces that she could split off to us.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but we could combine.
Mhm.
I think we limit the amount of pieces.
And then what? Added them?
That was kind of my question: is what do we do with said pieces?
Protect them.
Yeah, we always talked about how we wanted to protect Daviana. We would continue to do the same. We would just be protecting the pieces of her.
Well, okay. Do you remember how she could tie herself to someone?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what if that... Okay. I need to think a little more. You guys keep talking.
You mean
I think we
like the
protect-
heart?
I'm just wondering if we sort of split off some of her magic, this magic that pushes and pulls on this chaos. If we split that, but then we tie, like, her personality, who she is, if we tie that to someone, if that would help preserve her more also. Like removing the magic that's pushing and pulling, so to try to stop that so that the portal can be closed, stopping that magic. But then also, like, I guess, I don't know, preserving what we've given her, these memories, this experience, whatever, preserving that within someone, and then maybe eventually we can put her all back together one day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's something. I don't know.
Halbrian's like thoughtful, but he also seems sort of like overwhelmed maybe by that idea. Because it's a very theoretical idea that Very is posing, and that's kind of his wheelhouse, but even that's like a little bit beyond what he would have imagined doing. So he's in concentration about it. Kaylin, on the other hand, well, if it becomes your responsibility to protect her, what happens after you?
Looks at Very.
Why are you looking at me?
Above table. Say it. Say it. Say the thing. Say the thing you wrote about the idea with the stuff.
Huh?
I mean, I can say it.
Oh.
You want me to.
Oh, that. Okay. I was like, did I write something today? I was like, what is he talking about?
you wrote it first.
Like,
I think a lot of us
like, what
had
the
the
fuck
same
is he
idea,
talking about? I
don't know. You wrote it.
Well, I thought, okay, like, my brain immediately was like, about what I just said? I didn't write anything about that motherfucker. No. I just came up with that off the cuff.
No.
Oh.
No.
I mean, we'd have to create, I guess we'd have to extend what the Dusk Watch is. I don't know, make a place where, I mean, one, I think we would do a really good job at preserving the true history of Andromea, because the one thing I've learned in this entire experience is that we don't fucking know much about the world. Excuse my language, sorry, Kaylin.
He looks amused.
People didn't even know that dragons were here. just living here. You know? And
Alara's
I think it's important for people to be taught everything that at least Andromea has, so that one day, if there's ever a threat this big again, no one's as confused as everyone is right now about the stakes of the world. And then in that, we can help teach people fighting, magic, not necessarily like conventional wizard magics. No offense, Calbrian, but any kind of magic. Just help them learn about it. And through that, I mean, it will show us who best to entrust this to in the future. And that will be more of a secretive thing, right? I don't know, like an archive.
Certainly has been the case that a lot of people who obtain knowledge, particularly knowledge that could be considered dangerous, keep it hidden. But your goal is to make sure it's all well known. Everything that's happened here certainly should be long in everyone's memories, but centuries and centuries and centuries in the future,
Not a bad idea at all.
The sharing of knowledge makes the power equal.
Specifically keeping it pure, keeping it original.
well, those are two ideas that are somewhat at odds with each other. The more people that know, the less likely it is to remain accurate. But the more people that know, the less likely it'll be forgotten. But it'll shape and it'll twist as people latch on to the parts of the story that they like and make sure to share or emphasize those. It'll all have to be written down, for certain, if that's the plan.
Very takes out her, like, journal that she got. I sure talk to this thing a lot, so there's a lot of entries here that I'm just talking to this journal about what we were going through. So we can start there and write it all down better over time.
Definitely a start. If this is the plan that is being acted upon, then it feels like the second and third steps have been put into at least some kind of idea of what is going to happen and how you want to carry things out. But the first step, how do we start this? How do we have access to Soul Cage? He looks at Calbrian to see if he heard it correctly, or I don't know how to pull pieces off of a thing like the heart. Not that she's a thing, but in her current state, I don't know how we would be able to do that. Do we literally pull pieces off of her?
Well, we shouldn't touch her, so probably
Then
not.
not that.
Yeah, probably not in the literal sense. I also look at Calbrian.
Well, it's just as much a mystery as to me as it is to you. I don't have Soul Cage in my book. I've never really had aspirations to be a lich. They're also papery and smelly. I mean, to a certain extent, it's eventual lichdom, or I guess I could become a Nothic, but I don't really intend to, like, eat my own brain with the intent, or the search for knowledge, so probably not that. Also, I think I have wonderful eyes, and having just one of them is not quite as good as two.
I could see if Grimheart could lend me that ability instead of one of the ones he already is. But that's neither here nor there.
I mean, I could probably reach out to the Autumn Court to see if there's something they could do.
No.
I don't think you should get the Fae involved.
Well, I mean, whether we like it or not, they're already involved.
But I don't want them to know about our plan.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
That might be too many people. I think they're involved in the sense that they had a hand in protecting this plane, that which they also occupied, but I don't think there are too many people around the table if we get them involved. The royalty and entitlement. I don't even want to get most of the council involved. I think Sailor has a very special interest in this, and I honestly want to let that be the extent of it.
Halen touches Alara's shoulder. I know you have a new bond with the Fae, and I trust them to protect you in the way that you have clearly engaged into a pact with them of some sort. But from experience, it should not be an assumption that Fae are just like us. They can put on a very good show, but they're quite alien from us. And their motivations can be
Tricky.
very animalistic.
Oh, I'm not saying I trust them as far as I can throw them, but clearly none of us here, right now in this moment, have access to this ability that people are talking about. So we're just throwing out suggestions on how we could obtain that. Fairy said she could try Grimheart. Well, what if Grimheart can't come through? Calbrian said he doesn't have it. So again, I was just throwing out suggestions on people we have connections to that we could reach out to.
How much gold do you need to learn it, Calbrian?
Well, beyond gold, I would need to actually have a copy of the spell in order to study it. And then, of course, I'd need all of the supplies for it.
Ugh. Okay. I mean, I can ask. I just also want to say that, I know we don't want, like, outside sources to know, but since I'm involved, he's gonna know no matter what we do here, so. Just want to make that clear about Grimheart. Sorry.
Who is this?
Oh, this is my patron.
Oh, I see. That makes... Yes, I understand. Okay.
It feels like you scoffed at me, and I don't like that. So,
No,
I'm taking away the privilege of the getting to go into the house. It's not my privilege to give. I'm just deciding to punish you, so.
I'm helping.
Yeah. I look at Valerius.
I just shrug. Sorry, she's the boss.
Well, there might also be potentially other means of this. I mean, she is something different.
I still think it's worth it to remember that she willingly gave herself, part of herself, into people. Maybe that's just simply it.
Yeah, I mean, before we do anything, like before we, I don't know, try to wake her up, take her out of stasis, whatever, I can go and talk to her and tell her exactly what to do when she comes to.
Right. That way we're not just in the
Hoping-
moment saying, we need you to do this.
Do this right now! And then it fails, and then...
1 second.
Yeah. I imagine we're just like both like moving our hands like explosions, like as for...
Yeah, I'm like hopping up and down.
Yeah.
What if she can't? What if she can't come to? What if she's stuck?
I want
Well,
to
that's
try to...
yeah.
I want to try to wake her up when I'm doing this spell. I don't know if I would be able to, but I want to try to help.
Oh, that's smart. Because you were touching her inside of her dream, and she wasn't blowing your hands off with cosmic powers.
Yes. She was not doing that in the dream. We
She
all...
did not do that.
Yeah. Oh,
We
you would have
touched
seen
her.
if she did, for
Who's
sure.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was watching.
You would have watched
Look at
us
that.
like...
Mhm.
Yeah, it would've
Yeah, I
been
was
crazy.
explaining everything about all that had been done and everything that we did to get her and the weird words on the ground and pulling her out of the box and how she's got that big wish ability or whatever that she does.
Wait. What?
The final choice.
You know. Yeah,
Oh,
where she just
wait,
decides something.
when did you
I'm
say all
wondering-
this?
What? Okay.
That's what I was telling Kaylin and Calbrian while you guys were hugging her.
Oh, I thought you were saying you were talking to Daviana, and I'm like, no, you weren't. You were behind us.
No. He was being a
No.
storyteller. He's one of the
Right, okay.
storytellers of the group.
Right,
Yeah.
well,
But
that's
also, if we-
definitely what I've
yeah,
always
if we-
said.
If we're able to bring her to consciousness, can she not just use that ability to make it so?
If we could, potentially. She could maybe just use the final choice to close the gate.
Yeah, that's the first... that's kind of the first place my mind went. But that all
What if-
hinges on us
It's not
being
a bad
able
idea.
to wake her.
What if that means it's closed for good though?
Wait, what did he say?
Well, that shouldn't count towards planar travel, right? Just that portal.
Well, she was saying that if she does this thing, that no magic spell can undo it. So if she closes the way between this plane and pandemonium, then maybe nothing can undo that. Maybe it's forever. No, you can't go back and forth between the two planes. You have to go around or something.
Maybe we could make it so she can't connect to the other planes?
Will that ruin everything? If she's not connected to everything?
I don't think her magic affects the magic of the outer planes. I think it's only here.
But we don't know that.
I mean, we don't really have a way of finding out, though, do we?
No.
Well, she
Not
said
unless we
she's
could-
balanced. That's all I know.
Not unless we could talk to Valkyrian again, but I think that would take a little longer than the time we have, so.
Mm-hmm.
And Egrin's here, and he doesn't have his box.
Yeah.
So
what if, I mean, if we can put her to consciousness, what if the final choice is just preserving her for now? So that that portal
Yeah.
can be closed normally by our dad.
yeah.
And then we don't
if-
risk pulling her as the point that's connected to all these planes. We don't risk pulling her out of that and then you can't go anywhere anymore. That connection's gone.
Well, if you split her up into a bunch of pieces, I don't mind taking on her personality. She and I have had conversations that were pretty interesting.
You want to be the heart spawn?
Yeah. Skivrock's Heart Spawn of the Dusk Watch. That's a fantastic title.
Well, I don't know. Are you too chaotic? You're not from here. And I like poke him on the cheek.
Well, but she's like of here, and so wouldn't that be balance?
But then could you not go back to Pandemonium ever to visit?
Oh. That would certainly be difficult, but my family's here, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's just her personality and all that magic that sort of consumes and whatever isn't there, then maybe that's fine.
Oh, yeah, and then she could look out my eyes and see, all of the wonderful landscape of Pandemonium.
Yeah.
So beautiful and maddening.
Well, you'd have to do a lot of travel also on this plane so that she can learn more things and see more.
Well, that'll be easy because I'm good looking.
Oh my god.
People like to do things for you if you're good looking.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Guys, good
Anyone
point.
else?
Okay. You guys had talked about doing a long rest. Why don't you guys go ahead and take one?
Mr. Grimheart, can I have Soul Cage?
Can I real quick?
Sucks.
Real quick before we long rest, why don't I just try and can I divine intervention to give it a very soul cage?
Go ahead and print the spell.
It's I just have to roll it. It's just a D100. I got to roll my level.
Okay.
There. Whoa.
Oh, it just double. Okay,
Bonk.
I just have to roll it. It doesn't actually auto roll in.
Mm-hmm.
What?
That's a 7.
Oh.
What?
What does it look like when you attempt to request the assistance of your god?
Dakin is pacing the room while everyone's talking about this. He's pacing back and forth, trying to figure out how to do this in enough time to fix everything. And he stops. And he walks to the window and he looks outside up at the sky. I know we agreed I would do this on my own. I know it's my path to walk. I don't ask for very much help. Just this one time. Make it easy on us. Don't make it a fight. Just let us save our friend.
In sort of the reflection of the window as you're looking out, and the candles that are lit behind you are sort of turning it into a dark mirror. You see a very old man. And he's sort of like scratching at his jaw, and his like knobbly fingers of his other hand are curled around his walking stick. Well, I don't know. I feel like I've smoothed a lot of the road for you. Then again, you have gone through a couple of boots. I like this idea of the school, though. How is that going to keep you on the move?
I'll recruit. I can walk all over this place and find the people that can help us do what we need to do. Trust me, old man, I'm not done walking yet.
Well, I suppose I can continue to be the benevolent grandfather. And as you're kind of like settling into bed and like thinking over what you're going to say to Grimheart when you try and reach out to him for assistance with this spell, there is suddenly like this partially toothless ancient old man leaning over you.
Ah!
Oh, don't worry. I'm just here to... It's better if I don't explain it. And then his big knuckled hand kind of like lays over your forehead, and his skin feels really cool, but there's definitely power in it. Now just close your eyes. I have to make a little bit of room in here for this.
Okay.
All right.
She closes her
Oh.
eyes.
Oh, Dakin sent me. Does that make you feel better? Take a deep breath.
Are you a fucking god?
One of them. Go ahead and you can swap out one of your spells for Soul Cage. As he pushes that spell out and forces Soul Cage in.
Sure, it'll just be my like Mystic Arcanum or whatever. Do you mind importing it for me from the?
I can.
From the Duke. And then I'll just delete the other one.
I can. Yeah.
Miss Book. Oh nah. When a god shows up to give you something and you go, "Are you a fucking god?"
One of them.
Okay, it should be on your sheet now.
I'm the weird one.
She's literally laying in bed like, okay. She's like rehearsing. She's like, Grimheart, this would mean so much to me. Ah! How the fuck?
I put a great biscuit recipe in there too.
I'm the weird one that whispers to you when you're on your walks. Now let me touch you.
If you hear mumbling from the bushes, could be me.
Could be me. I might be naked.
Ah!
Bye.
Sometimes I forget
Anyway,
my
bye.
clothing when I go on my walks. That's why they
turns
like
into
to keep
Sparkles
me
and vanishes
inside the
forever.
building for the most part. He's just
Where
an
am
old
I?
man that lives in a home.
I'm
No
not an
shoes,
actual
no shirts, no
premises.
pants, no problem.
As you
This is all sacrilege.
feel this magic pushed into you, like somebody testing your reflexes and you're forced to kick, like your eyes must close as this kind of pressure just like enters through you face first. And when you open your eyes again, there's no old man crouched over you. But you do have just a thought in the back of your head that feels like you heard, but you didn't hear it out loud. You should really get in the habit of afternoon walks. Who knows where they could take you? Okay. And Dak can go ahead and long rest.
Okay, let me also.
And Vawelius, go ahead and long rest. Oh, no, you did.
I
You
thought I
the
already
first
did.
one.
Yeah.
You did. Jiminy
Oh my
Crickets.
God. What do you think of that? What do you think of that?
You guys used so much stuff.
That's also recovering 2 third-level spell slots so I could send more with my Harness Divine Power.
Mhm. Okay.
And I used 3 scrolls.
Nuts. In the morning, and it's later in the morning. It took a while for you guys to actually fully come to be awake, but you've still got a couple of hours until the deadline, so to speak. What is it that you would like to do?
I'm going to immediately go to Dakin's room.
Okay.
If she enters.
She
probably
opens the door
should've-
and clears her throat.
Hi, I probably should have warned you.
I
You make
just
a new
want
friend?
you to imagine, okay? You're in your bed. You're getting real comfy. You're like, oh, I'm going to rest so good because I'm so tired, but also I'm going to probably rest so bad because I'm so stressed out right now. And you're rehearsing in your head how you're going to ask this being that gives you power for something, and you're just rehearsing that, and and all of a sudden you look and there's an old man standing over you. Shocking, really.
Well, he's genial at least. Not a bad person to be
Well,
around.
I didn't know what to say, so I said, "Are you a fucking god?"
He gets that sometimes.
He said, "One of them." Oh.
That's probably his favorite answer.
Well, I think now I
He's-
have to go
he-
on afternoon
you know-
walks for the rest of my life.
You know, he did the first time I ever asked him, he said, "Who knows?"
What?
So,
Well, I think I know. I think I can do. I think I can do it now.
I know you can do it. We can do it.
Okay. I know it seems like plan A is try and wake up Daviana and just have her close the gate with her snap the fingers ability. Plan B would be to split her up into pieces and basically divvy out the power in order to try and achieve just a net neutral. If you are going to do plan B, what objects would you like to put together in order to contain pieces of her, and how many are there? I know Alara's carvings have been suggested.
Well, so the carvings are only 4? Because technically, or did you carve yourself one? Alara?
Nope, only 3. I carved one for each
3?
of the triplets.
Okay, so then we would need. Honestly, I think is this above the table or is this in character?
It can be in or out, I think.
I don't. Which would you? Which would you rather?
Well,
I've
I'm prompting you guys.
I've
But
got
if you
some
want to talk
rings.
about it in character, you can, or it can be an out of character planning thing.
So I think we limit it to 5.
Yes.
Because I know that we were talking about like she can split into 8 places, but she can split it however many we want her to. This is our freaking world. So I think 5, just to keep it to us, as the Maldosos
now.
plus Dakin. For now. Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, for now. And then that, but like just kind of make it to where it's just the 5 people, or 5 people that are in charge of protecting these things. So if we want to make it the 3 trinkets, then it's really up to if Dakin and Alara have a special item.
I also have extra little rings that I can give if they don't have items.
I do
Did
have
have a-
something that I would use.
Okay. Because I also have a plan. I may keep that plan if you have an idea as to what you want to use.
Well, I have, from my background of being an orphan and all of that, I have a token that came as my background stuff, a token to remember your parents by. So,
That's cool.
I mean, yeah, it could be, I mean, I didn't specifically delve into what that specific token is, but I mean, I could come up with something to say, this is what my dad left in my basket when he dropped me off at the steps of the orphanage.
Mm-hmm.
A binky.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's my blankie. I just walk around with a blankie on my shoulder all the time.
Just
You know,
Linus being all over the
yeah,
place.
Aviana's
yeah.
a blanket.
Daviana's ability is like just pulsating on this blanket that's on my shoulder.
Yeah, I
Man, I
think
think
the
it would be
limitation is that whatever item it is, it has to be mundane. So the trinkets definitely count. The token would definitely count. It can't also have a different magic ability on it. It has to be.
Yeah. I have a lot of
You know
really
what, guys?
useless rings.
I also have 4 embroidered patches from where I won all of those games at the fair. So if someone
there's
wants
no
to
need to
use
brag
an
about
embroidered
that.
I
patch,
quite
use my-
literally
you know,
have
use my
4
prize.
useless fucking rings.
I use my prize from the Okuba pie eating contest, a child's drawing.
We don't need a piece of paper that could easily be ripped.
It
into
gets
pieces
wet,
and just-
and then it
I
just
got
There's
some
already
disintegrates.
like
Well
stains
received.
on it.
Look at all
magic
these
jerk
little
off.
stupid pieces of junk I have. Hold on.
I still
They-
have the
They
key.
don't do anything if you were wondering if they're cool.
Why are they
They
called
do
those things?
nothing. Because they're cool
trinkets.
without being cool. They're just little trinkets. They're like, it's like the easiest thing I can compare it to is like when you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 and the kids sell you something and they're like, this is really cool and important and it does so much stuff. And then you get it and it's just a ring. It's just a regular
Yeah.
ring.
They're just rings with
Dakin,
stories.
as an object, has his wooden cudgel that he used at the beginning of the campaign, which he's not talked about, but was a large solid branch that broke when his brother and him fell.
Okay.
And it's just a normal weapon, so I'll use that.
Okay.
I mean, I still have the key to our hotel room back in whatchamacallit, the suite that we had, if anybody wants the hotel key.
I'm going to use this empty potion of healing vial.
I like low key want to use like a ring so I can just wear it.
Yeah, I think the rings make sense. Yeah, I think the rings make sense, and then it's whatever you guys want to decide the 5th one is.
Well, dibs on Ring of Echoing Stars.
Alara, it could easily have been a ring. That was your token.
Oh yeah, that's even. Yeah,
Like-
dude, like a family ring.
My dad's
wedding
wedding
ring?
band? Yeah. Or my mom's, and like my mom's engagement ring.
Yeah, with a
Mhm.
gem of some
Ooh.
sort. I like that
Yeah.
even better.
Mhm.
And we could just call that the ring of love, or the ring of binding.
The ring
I
is
don't know. What's
smooching.
the ring of
The ring of doing a
Conception.
little kiss.
The ring of I
Whoa.
broke your ex-boyfriend's legs.
Is that the ring of first base?
It's a promise ring.
I promise to
Okay,
get to
so-
first base.
Yeah, we'll decide who gets what ring, but Very's already called dibs on stars.
Yeah, I want the
Yeah, I think that's
ring
a
of
good
echoing
idea.
stars because it fits my aesthetic.
Don't
And
use
then now
the
I'm-
stupid things
now-
I spent forever carving for you.
Now
Fine.
I'm
I just-
I'm
I just want it to be
rethinking
an
the
item
name that
that's-
we came up with.
Go ahead.
The Fellowship
No,
of
no,
No.
What do you think I was gonna say?
no.
What do you think I was gonna say?
You're getting cut off from this joke. You're getting cut off.
The Fellowship of the Bling.
Oh, ship in a wing.
Nah, dude.
I love
Something
that-
with
I love
rings
that
is
Kelpie.
gonna.
He always walks in at the wrong moment.
I know. I'm literally freaking out because there's an old man. Kelpie's like, what?
Yeah.
Why is there an old man?
Wait, naked guys?
What?
Okay, yeah. That's the plan B.
Sounds good.
I think it would be so funny if Skivrox and Daviana had to hang out together forever. That is making me laugh thinking about it.
She's like, and then one time.
She's like, oh god, I'm tiring of these stories.
No, I honestly think that Daviana is the one being that would never fucking get tired of it because she's like, huh, I learned something new
Yeah,
today.
that's true.
You said something different
tell me
today.
another. Yeah, you changed that story
And I
just
genuinely
slightly.
think like Skivrox would like embrace that curiosity that she has and just be like, yes, you're right, Daviana. We do need to go to the top of that mountain immediately to see it.
Daviana, do you want to
Absolutely.
see
Yes!
a gun?
Yes, Daviana, we do have to
You know
travel
what
to
a
the top of that
bazooka is?
mountain today. You're right.
We should learn what lava feels like.
Yes.
I put a ring that had a cool picture on it in your character sheet, Alara. For
Okay, who wants what ring? I have to send them to you.
Oh, well, we know that the perv Valerius is gonna have the verdant growth, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
but they have pictures and they're so cool. So that one is like, it's literally like a green, it's like copper, but it has a green design and then there's a bunch of leaves carved in.
Mhm.
And
there a
it gives
ring
the
of
appearance of
Full cleaning.
living foliage.
Oh, my favorite thing is when Shadow goes, okay.
And then there's one that's
What did you ask,
silver
Alara? Sorry.
and it looks like the ocean.
Oh, I
want
just
the blue
said,
one.
is there a ring of temple cleaning?
Did you say you want the blue one?
Broom.
Did you say you want the
Yeah,
blue
Yeah, I
one?
want the ring of glitter.
A sweeping
Okay.
band.
Not for
Okay.
long, there won't be.
Take that. And then there's the Ring of Whispers. And it has a black pearl on it and it feels a little cold and it's silver. And I think it would really fit with Valerius's aesthetic if I'm being honest here. So, get gamed on. Take that.
Dakin,
Dakin
while you
gets
guys are
the
passing
growth.
around rings, can I have you do an Arcana check?
Of course.
Out of these magical rings.
Big.
No, we already know that they're not.
Oh, okay.
There's something sort of niggling in the back of your mind regarding the plans that you guys have made, but it's not coming forward, and so it's just you're chalking it up to being anxious.
I don't like that.
Well, that's yeah. What is that? That's nothing. Can he think again?
Think again,
Can
motherfucker.
Can he bring
Are you
the vibe up
focusing
to the
on it?
class?
I'll stop. If we're all up, I'll stop and Dakin will aloud say, we're missing something.
What do you mean?
I know we're missing something. I don't know what.
Do you want to go over everything again, and then we can talk it through? Mechanically, I'm trying to help him. Push his glasses up.
Yeah, we meticulously go step by step through the plan A and B.
Okay. Then Dakin, I will give you a history check with advantage.
Okay.
Roll good, roll good, roll good. Oh my god.
Why would you say that out loud?
I'm sorry.
You have inspiration?
I am.
You have inspiration though, right?
No, I used it to save my con save.
Fuck.
I am what I am.
The only person currently with inspo is Vosti.
Me.
I don't know.
Inspired.
I will give the rest of you a history check with disadvantage.
Can I make it a straight roll by using my ring?
You may.
Yay!
History.
I'm so
No,
good.
no D4 anymore, right? Because it's over.
I haven't redone it today.
Ugh.
Very luckily got it for us.
Okay. Very.
But did Alara
You
roll?
remember.
Oh. Yep, very.
Very, you remember when Dakin came to that he mentioned something about a multiverse, but he didn't really elaborate on it. But it was something that he said after he did something. He cast some ritual in the room, in Sailor's room, and then started seizing and, potentially blinded himself. So, because you've seen him cast Detect Magic, it was something to do with the magic in that space.
I think Very will have a little aha moment, and she'll turn to him, put both of her hands on his shoulders, and just go, "The multiverse, you said something about it? Does it have to do with that?"
Daviana is connected to more than one plane. When I was looking at what I could see pandemonium, but then I also saw the hells, and I also saw a warm place that made me think of Lemoneth. It felt like I was close to maybe Mount Celestia, and then I think the abyss.
And
I saw the lightning and the wind of pandemonium. I saw the fires and the heats of hell. I saw a purpley black endless abyss, a bright light that made me feel close to Lemoneth, and then an endless sea of stars.
with this expanded revelation, if you ask Daviana to snap her fingers and close the gate, how many planes is that gate attached to? And what does that mean for the material plane?
We're not doing that plan.
So
Right, plan
potentially
B.
we could be
Go.
cutting off connections from everywhere to her.
Plan B it is.
All right. I have to do something very quickly, if you all don't mind waiting for me a moment.
Okay, you're not gonna do a ritual that makes you
No
blind again,
no ritual
right?
that makes me blind.
Do you
No,
need-
just
do you
going to
need
do
anything?
normal cleric work. Normal
Do you need
To
cleric
lay
work.
down or
You can come.
put some water.
We
Wait,
will
well,
come
no,
with
I don't.
you.
We don't.
No?
No, we don't have time. We don't have time.
Okay, we don't have time.
I could spend an hour right now to bring Beryl back.
That would give you 2 hours to complete what you want to complete.
I mean, she's important. I'm not saying that she's not, but can it wait until we're done?
It can wait 9 days.
Okay. We'll do that after then.
I do want to speak to Tareth.
We do need to speak to Tareth. 3 hours. All right. Let's get moving, I suppose.
Before we talk to Tareth, can we let we don't have to physically go there and tell them, but just let Sailor and Egrin know that we have a plan so they don't do anything while we're talking to Tareth.
Kaylin volunteers to go and tell them. And he does. Just to keep things going so those crazy guys don't get excited. So you guys are going to go down into wherever in order to see if you can speak to Tareth. I think you are able to get permission probably from Lane ultimately to speak to him. You go to the council hall where they're all talking. You learn that as the night was progressing, things were going very badly for Andromea. There were a lot of losses that were being reported by the trained fighters, like the truly trained fighters, like the Knights of Misery and the Knights of Galathir, and then those that were able to be sent from the 3 fake courts that were participating in the defense of the land. They've taken really heavy losses, and it isn't to say that Caster's people haven't as well, but they're still fighting, and they seem to still be fighting regardless of whether or not they know that their leader has been vanquished. So they seem invested in this particular cause, and haven't yet been routed. You also see Valerius, what Saria was talking about. A lot of tokens that had represented the Order of Pyr have been moved off of the table. And you know that that doesn't mean like individuals, but like squads have been moved. And as you're glancing across, you really only see 2 somewhere on the board out to the east of where you are. So things were going really, really badly. And then earlier this morning, the tide started shifting, and the Knights of Misery and the Summer Court were able to basically like find a I'm not going to be using the correct words because I don't do army stuff, but like basically like a squadron of like major fighters from the Hells and wipe them out. And in doing so, they think they also had a lot of the people who were doing the coordinating for the different battles that were going. They think they also took care of those guys as well. And so now it's kind of turned into a battle of attrition where people are just fighting who is in front of them. But the Andromean forces at least have coordination happening. So you're able to gather this as you're in there, and Lane eventually takes you downstairs. I'm going to switch maps just for where you guys are going. Down into the bowels of the council hall and into what appears to be basically a makeshift prison. It's a very secured room, but it doesn't have like bars on the door or something like that. It's just a windowless room that can be locked. And he lets you in, but he doesn't want to leave the door open in case there's an attempted escape or anything like that. So if you guys want to talk to him, he's going to lock you in, but he'll wait outside until you knock to be let back out. But from the hallway, you can glance in and you see Tareth, and he just looks like somebody who's like already defeated himself.
Right. We talking to him?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Alara walks in the room and waits for
Yeah.
others to come in too.
I'll go in.
Yeah, follow in.
Valerius, you recognize that the manacles that he's wearing are inscribed with the symbols of Imperial. So he's still in the ones that Saria locked him up with.
Yeah.
When you go, when you guys enter, he lifts his head and then just sighs and like lets it hang even further between his shoulders.
Tareth,
Yes.
how are you faring?
Not well as I'm sure you've been told. I became a weapon against our cause. I'm so sorry.
Are you hungry? Thirsty?
I'm fine. I've had a breakfast this morning, and he kind of nods towards what was a plate that probably had, you can see by the crumbs, it probably had bread and maybe something on it. And then there's also a little bottle of water.
Alara's gonna walk closer and then do that like kneel squat thing in front of him and like try to get as best of a view of his face as she can while she's talking to him.
It takes a little bit because he doesn't. He feels a lot of shame, but eventually he meets your eyes, and like right now his face is like dry and everything, but you can see that his eyes are red rimmed. And it probably is from more than just like not sleeping. How did the fight go?
We succeeded in our mission.
Well, at least there's that.
Can you tell us what happened?
I've been going over it again and again, and it was like the sky suddenly shifted, and I just believed that she was needed. That she was part of the plan. And so I went down to get her, and then this light shot through her, and the Pyrian, Saria, she attacked me, which she should have. But I really thought that the plan was to bring her out when the sky shifted. But then now, it was never my plan. I don't remember talking about it. You tell me I had a spell on me, but I should have been stronger than the spell. I should have resisted it.
I mean, you didn't even know. Presumably, you didn't know that you were under a spell, so how would you even know to resist it?
I just should have had some way of Is she okay?
Alara kind of has this look on her face like, yes and no. We're working on it.
I've been racking my brain, and all I can think, the only thing that comes to my mind is these eyes. They were like coals in ashes. That's all I can remember.
Remember from when?
I don't know. It feels like something from yesterday and something from years ago.
Sorry, what color were the eyes?
I
Like
said coals in ashes.
this sort of glowing red and orange. Do you want to make a history check, Barry?
Is it fucking Severath? Sorry.
Oh,
I give myself
okay.
advantage.
Sorry, Tarith. Barry has gone goblin mode. I apologize.
That sounds a lot like Sevrath.
I'm going to go
And-
back to hell and kill him! We have to go back!
His magical abilities lean towards the ability to possibly cast a Gaius.
I know exactly who did this. We have to go back to hell. We have to kill this guy. We have to kill him. He's just gonna find some other evil. He's just gonna find some other evil big guy to help do things. Sevrath. Ugh. Ugh.
Is he able to take control of Tareth again?
Well, I mean, I think he would have to have. He'd have to be like close to him. Like he'd have to come back here. Like he'd have to reconstitute there, which I'm sure he's done. He's probably still weak, but he's So he'd have to reconstitute.
Was he here?
there, and then he'd have to. What do you mean?
We killed him here.
No, I know that, but when did he influence Tareth before he was dead from here?
It could have been at any time. We didn't really know about him until he reached out. Do you know what I mean? Like he could have. This contingency plan that they had or whatever could have been a long time ago. But I know it was that motherfucker. Ooh,
You
when
guys
I
can
see
make an
him
Arcana
again.
check if you'd like.
I'll throw one of my 5 emboldening bonds on us. Just kidding. I'm not kidding.
I'll go ahead and just give it for Very. With that 20, you don't have the ability to cast Gaius, but what you've read of that spell, once it pops, it's kind of done. Like it's not like a forever and ever sort of thing. It's like a particular specific thing.
Oh, yeah,
that
for
can
sure.
be asked.
That's why, like, Very was being like, no, he would have to reconstitute, and then he would have to come back, and he would have to cast it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so damage has been done.
Yeah.
Well, at least we have some more answers.
Can that be something we do in the future? Can we kill that guy? Ugh.
Absolutely.
We can put that in our 1-month plan book.
And that one guy whose name I can't remember right now.
What are they saying
Jerry
about
Mouse.
you, Bronner? What are they saying about you, Tareth?
What is who saying about me?
Your fate? Are you to be locked up forever or momentarily?
I think I am on a back burner until the larger threats have been settled, but I anticipate a trial. Magic is magic, but I did do what I did do.
Well, if we figure this all out, then maybe we can be there on your behalf.
Absolutely. We've
He
dealt
doesn't. He
with-
looks like. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, we've dealt with Sareth controlling someone before. We can speak from experience.
He
Evrath?
like opens his mouth
Whatever.
like he's going to say something, but he doesn't even know what he expected to come out of his mouth. So he just closes it and nods gratefully.
Alara will stand up and she'll put a reassuring hand on his shoulder and give him a light squeeze. If you need anything, let us know. We're gonna go try to fix this.
Good luck.
And she gives him a sad smile, a nod, and then turns and goes to join her family on the other side of the room.
Okay. It is 9/11. Would you guys like to continue tonight? Or would you like to find resolution next week?
Probably next week.
Okay. All right.
I just
Then
want to know if it
we
works.
will
I'm sick
we
to my
will
tummy.
anticipate that we will start game with you guys once more converging on Daviana in order to enact Plan B. But in the meantime, we will go ahead and close it for tonight with some questions answered, some questions asked, and the whole fate of the world once again resting in your hands. And specifically also tormenting people with an additional week of waiting to find out what happens, which is always fun.
No, it's not fun, and I hate you. I'm talking about Shadow, by the way, Gwen, not you. I hate Shadow.
It's only 7 p.m. for you, motherfucker!
Yeah, and we started at 3.
And?
It's been 4 hours. I need to eat.
It's not my fault that you don't eat.
Okay, so again, we will be next week is our finale as far as like the main thing. What we're going to be doing is like our finale efforts, seeing how well the Dusk the Dusk Watch resolves this. Can they? What will happen to this world? Is it going to be the case that campaign 2, which also happens in this world, is actually in an AU because everything blows up? We'll find out. I don't know. But it's
Well,
going
don't say
to
that.
be a lot of fun.
We
And
in
then-
Magic, campaign 2 is magicless, and we're all casters. Oops, all druids.
Oops,
Um,
all druids. That's our next
but-
campaign.
we will definitely figure that out. To that end, we do have another campaign coming up, and we'll give more information as we're getting closer to that. But you know, in the resolution of this one, we're also going to dig into the epilogue for these characters, so we'll know not just what happens like later today in game with Daviana, but what happens tomorrow and the next day and the next year and maybe in the next decade. So that'll be interesting to find out. And then we'll also have a chance to either next week or the following week have maybe like a little short session for just Q&As about the campaign, things that were a mystery, things that we want to figure out or just declare that we thought of in the meantime. So we've got a couple more sessions of this game ready to go. But thanks everybody. You guys for playing, of course. Thanks everybody for watching. We really appreciate you guys coming out. I didn't see Osab there today, but thank you, Osab, wherever it is that you are, and we'll look forward to seeing you next week. Thanks for all of the resubs. We really appreciate them. And does anybody else have anything they want to say?
Bye
Nope.
forever.
Have a good week, chat.
Baba
Then
booey.
we'll see you next week. We pinky swear, we pinky promise, we pinky pact.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.